Like, why would he? Maybe he wanted to fix it. Oh. Okay, hold on. I just need to do something here. All right. Oh yeah. Oh no, it's not showing. Show? Oh! Is that it? That's the screen? Oh my gosh. Wait. Is it just me or the game is like... It's not the right... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna do full screen. Oh no, it's going on the other one. No, that's not what I want. Like it's like it's a little bit too square. I don't know if it's kind of distorted. Amanda, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of this. No, oh no, too big. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm not used to games that are not 1920 to 1080. I'm not used to those games. I can stretch it, yeah, but it won't stretch it on my and it's just, oh god, I don't think it's that looks good. I don't think that looks good. We'll keep it that way. 4:3 frame ratio. Isn't that 4:3? Or I'm not sure if it's 4:3. It looks like it. I'll keep it that way. I don't care. No, that's not gonna work. Why you... Okay, let me see if I can do... mode... capture any full screen application. No, that's not what I... Wait, what about the window capture? Oh wait, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Look to... Oh! Okay, yeah. Stretching it doesn't work. Stretching it is no bueno. No bueno. Okay, let me ready up. Alright, is everybody ready? Okay. Everything's good. Amateur, I need my task list.
I've made it to the museum.
Melina called you in to help her with the exhibit, right?
Right. And now she's missing.
Oh, that sounds bad.
It's too soon to tell.
What are you doing at the museum again?
The museum she works for is opening an exhibit of Greek antiquities, and apparently the museum has been losing staff right and left.
Yeesh. Well, make sure you stand in the middle then.
You look into everything at the museum, and in the meantime, we'll contact the network. Call us if you need anything.
Thanks, I will.
Especially...
Help! What was that?
I gotta go. Hello?
Help me, please! Help!
Be quiet!
Oh my gosh, I
Hello.
love this stage.
It's rehearsal. No need for that. But we'll take the compliment. Take 5, Thanos.
Daddy!
I'm so sorry to interrupt your rehearsal.
Mommy!
Don't be. I'm sorry I scared you like that. I thought we were alone.
You were very convincing. I'm Nancy, by the way.
I'm Xenia.
She's cute!
Nice to meet you. I'm here to help Melina with the museum.
Perfect. I'm pretty busy. Hopefully we'll get to know each other.
What's your play about?
What's your play about?
Oh, you'll like it. It's got kidnapping, extortion, death, trickery, getting cast down into Hades with no hope of escape.
Oh my
The
gosh, what
usual
is
boy meets
happening?
girl in ancient Greece story.
Sounds exciting.
I hope so. We're performing the story of Persephone to open the new exhibit.
Persephone.
Oh my gosh, Blue,
Refresh
thank you
my
so much for the
memory.
20 bits!
She's the daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest. But even Demeter can't keep her daughter safe. Hades kidnaps Persephone, you saw that part, and takes her to be his queen.
I'm glad I'm in modern-day Greece. The dating scene back then seemed pretty rough.
That it was. Honestly, the material's a little difficult to work with. I feel like I know her. The more we rehearse, the more I want the story to have a happier ending.
You play Persephone, I presume.
I do. I'm also directing the show.
That's great. I hope I get a chance to see it.
I just hope it's worth seeing. We're doing our best, but can you keep a secret? I'm out of my depth here. None of the rest of them can know, but I am deep, deep in the woods.
I know that feeling, but I think you can accomplish a lot by just acting like someone who knows what's happening.
I have
Not
to.
Nancy
I
giving
put myself out
acting,
there. I said, I
acting
can do
advice.
this. So now I have to show up and be the boss, and I have to yell. And even though my voice sounds like shaking paper in my head and my insides feel like snapping twigs, none of them can know that. I just needed to say it.
I bet you'll do just fine.
Really? What makes you think so?
I don't know. It just seemed like a supportive thing
Oh my
to
gosh,
say.
Nancy, no!
You're nice. Hey, you seem pretty together, but can I give you some advice?
Sure.
Be careful around the boys, especially Thanos.
Oh, not the
Why?
boys.
He's a bit intense.
Oh my gosh, not Nancy be like, oh, I'm sure you'll do great. And she's like, oh really? What makes you say that? And she's like, shit, I felt like I had to say it. I don't know. Expectations. I don't know. I felt like I had to say it. Rules of society. I don't know. Shit.
Talk to you later.
Oh my gosh.
Can't check
Actually,
that? Still
I
have to do
don't
that.
know. You could actually turn out to be a very bad actress. Kit, let me, okay? I learned that what you have to say in this neurotypical world. Can you please just like let me do this?
Hi,
Ooh,
I'm Nancy.
hi.
You must be...
Hermes, god of charisma and handsomeness. But the mortals call me Gregor.
Nice to meet you.
The same. What's your role?
I guess I'm playing the part of the museum assistant.
Then why don't we
Oh,
become
I
friends?
love this Sophocles.
I'm open to that.
More than friends?
Less open to that.
This
Boyfriend
Sophocles
at home.
poster over here.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That doesn't affect the average.
Oh no, not Nancy getting hit on like 2 seconds after she came here. Not my
What's
girl.
your role in the production?
Too many things.
Is that usual?
Yes, but things are a little more intense this time.
Because there are so few of you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you have a larger support crew?
Generally we do. But because the background checks were really extensive, we didn't have time to worry about anyone other than ourselves. To answer your question, I work the lights and the stage cues. I make sure we've got the right scripts, then I do my best to keep us from killing each other.
That's a lot. Wait, why is it the director? Oh, there are only 4 people. There are only 4 people.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hard to believe it. But yeah, all of this run by 4 people. In the real thing, it takes more than that. It takes more than that. There are... So, usually, back in the day when they were making plays, theaters, they never had like more than 3 actors. Sometimes it would be 1, and then it would be 2 if it's bigger, it's like has more production. 3 even if it's a big play, but never more than 3 actors. And they would like change. They don't have like they wouldn't have the same role the whole time. They have these masks, and they would switch up sometimes. Like they would go to like playing a woman to switch and play to an old man, stuff like that. So yeah, it basically 3 actors. So in that aspect they kept they kept it like it was. But when it comes like the stuff like stage, the lights, the cues, the audios, and everything, they should probably have another person working that. Everyone's a critic except me. Apparently my question about Hermes' role was not welcome. If she keeps me running around, I'll hardly be able to get my job done. Hermes presents Persephone in Winter, starring Hermes. Why does Thanos keep having his lines cut? At this point, I'm carrying the show. This isn't Hermes' story. What gives? Maybe Xenia can explain. The wings don't actually do anything, Xenia. Look into the automation of light cues. Xenia keeps adding to Hermes' role. At this point, I can barely make the cues between the seats. Oh my gosh, my nose. All light cue changes and fly system weight settings originate with Xenia in script notes. Cues will be signed off by Xenia and Grigor. Oh. We got a little taste over here of some thoughts about Hermes.
I need to figure out the combo.
So, okay, I feel like this would be a good time to... Is a Greek... Oh! Hospitality. Interesting. I didn't know that. I know. So, my real name, not Tina. My real name is not Tina. I know, right? Interesting. So my real name is... Apparently, it's based off of Greek. And it means wisdom. And so I'm like... Yeah, no. Not me.
Stay away from that. It'll kill you.
Don't tell me what to do.
What exactly am I staying away from?
That's the fly system. It controls the scenery and the curtains, and it'll kill you.
I'll be careful then.
Don't tell me what to do. Wait, and not? It's not Tina. What? Wisdom Balducci.
What was that? Can you pretend, just for a day, that we're a professional troupe? Just for me! Surprise! There's no one back here! We go live in mere hours. Hours! Do I need to remind
Hours?
you?
Don't exaggerate.
Tonight's show? Everything!
Tonight? Oh my gosh. They don't seem ready for this. Lies. Oh my gosh. So here we have Thanos, Daddy, natural performer. Thanos will take the stage for the first time in the role he was born to play as Hades. And here we have Xenia. And here's the thing. She has her whole... Ella, how's it going? Hi, welcome. Hey, sugar. How you doing? Welcome. You came in just in time. Like, okay, not... we're just at the beginning. We're only at the beginning, so you didn't miss much. So we are here in Greece, and there is this troupe that is that is making a play over here. They're gonna be playing Persephone in winter, so it's the story of Persephone. And, oh my gosh! Oh yes, I have the version, the special edition version that was that I bought from Her Interactive. Anyway, so yeah, it's taking place in Greece. The play is Persephone in winter, and we came in here to be like the assistant, the curator, the museum, but the person in charge is not here, and we don't know why. But the actors are here and just doing their things. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to. Okay, so we have over here. That's all it says about him. By the way, look. I know. Okay, I know you have a thing for men with beards, but so this is Thanos. Oh, he's fine. I know, right? And you haven't seen. You only see like from top over here, but bottom it's all like, it's all muscle, you know. Oh, he looks like a bad boy. Look at this baddie over here. She's like, she listed her credentials. She's like, you know what? I'm an Aries. Here is all the stuff that I did enjoy. And we have over here Niobe, a seasoned set designer. Niobe's taking the stage for the first time in the role of Demeter. Absolutely nothing at all. And then we have Gregor, also an Aries, maybe just showing off all of his credentials. Just checking, seeing. Yeah, those are the actors. Those are the people here.
I wonder if Xenia's notes will come in handy.
Oh, nice. Okay, so this is the whole play. This is the whole play. I don't know if I'm going to read all of that. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. But pretty sure most people know the story about Persephone. You don't need to. You don't need me to tell you.
I should assemble the image.
Oh, there you go. Do they act it out? They will never see it, but we know what this is about. But we'll never see it in front of us. That's the sad part of it. Okay, so now that we are at the place where it's all just puzzle, we're just assembling and everything, I could does anybody want to hear maybe more about the birth and rise of theater, Greek theater? I could talk about that. Let me info dump on you, please. Let me do this for you. Let me turn you into ancient Greek historians. The regale us. Okay, so so has anybody ever wondered where does drama like come from? What's the birth of drama? Like how did it come into this world? Well, most people wouldn't be able to tell, okay, where is it from? But I'm gonna answer the question for you. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to also like figure out where this goes. So, drama originated it like with agriculture. So basically, does anybody know what threshing is or threading grapes? Threshing is like where there's like a flat field, agriculture flat field. So you would stomp to separate the grains and everything. You have to stomp on the ground. So that's what these people would do, and they figured out that the best way to do this is to have a rhythm, like you know, a rhythm like you're dancing. So what they would do, they would sing and dance in unison. Everybody does the same thing at the same time. So there would be like, it would be like some kind of choir. They would and there would be like a leader. It's like what was he called? Yeah, a leader. They would call them the chorus, and the chorus leader, and he would like sing, and the people who are thrashing would follow the rhythm, follow the song. So this is where it came from at first. So yeah. So for the longest time, it was like a chorus and a chorus leader. They would like sing like a hymn to the gods, or like a well-known story. There was probably some improvisation, probably, but that's what we know so far. And ooh, I feel like this goes here. This part is like a bit, yeah. Once you figure out, yeah, they're like this. So after this, we don't know who, but someone invented the concept of an actor. Singing me muse, and through me tell the story of a man skilled in no always of contending. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so someone came up with the whole the concept of an actor. So I think in Greece they would call them something like hypocrite, but it's not like, okay, today like if you call someone a hypocrite, like it's has a bad connotation. But like back in the day, it's like it was like just like a word to say that they are pretending to be someone else, like an actor. It wasn't necessarily a bad, you know. Okay, I'm trying to find a face, but like I can't. Okay, so this. Okay, there you go. So first, like I said, okay, so theater was born, and after that, at some point, like one of the playwrights, he was like, hey, why don't we have a second actor? And then later on, I don't remember who is the person, the playwright, who said it was like to add a second actor, but then someone added like Sophocles. I think it's Sophocles added a third player, but then they kept it at three max. That's where it goes. So yeah, there were never more than 3 actors. So the main actor would be called the protagonist. This was like only one protagonist. And where is this? I feel like this goes somewhere here. Oh, probably not. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go. So there would be a protagonist. It's around this person that the drama would be focused on, and all the actors. Oh shit! I don't know that. If you can find the answer to that, I don't think I know where the Marisu comes from. Yeah, I don't. Oh, hold on. Let me This is bothering me. Okay, no, it's not. Yeah, like it. Oh yeah, it goes here. So yeah, they all the actors would wear like mask. The chorus also they wore masks. They would play. The actors would play several parts. So not only you had to have vocal versatility, you also had to have physical versatility. So you can like as an actor, you are able to play like different roles in one night. Huh. Yeah, I kind of want to know where the Mary Sue trope is coming from. Oh. I kind of want to know. So the Greeks gotta be versed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You gotta be a verse. So the Greek never dispensed with the chorus. The chorus is like a major part of every play, even though it kind of became irrelevant about the plot. You know, it really, it was kind of irrelevant, but but yeah, it was still important. The chorus. So what the chorus would usually do, they would like set the scene, point to a morale, and communicate a conventional view of religion, which most of the time boils down to, you know, don't do anything to offend the gods. That's pretty much the moral most of the time. So yeah. Most of the time. All the actors and all the members of the chorus were, spoiler alert, not spoiler alert, surprise, surprise, they were all men. They were all men. For us, it would have been seen as improper to have like a woman, to see a woman on stage. There is no evidence that to show that a woman was even allowed to go in the theater, like to attend a play, like go to the theaters. As yeah. This one it annoys me. Okay, I can do B. This one, I'm just trying. That's my strategy. At this point, I'm just trying. Shit. Oh god. Wait. Oh, this one goes here. Of course. Yep. I'll get something at some point. Oh shit. Children also weren't. There's no evidence that children were even permitted to attend the theater. There is a legend. That there's the first playwright to present a tragedy at the Greek festival, called the Great Dionysia, was Thespis, where thespian comes from, which means actor. So, if this theory is correct, then there were like no other, then he really deserves a lot of credit. He was like really a visionary, because he recognized the potential of tragedy. Comedy was invented later, and incorporated this into the festival of Dionysus. So yeah, he was onto something, because Greek tragedies and comedies represent like national pride. that's the one thing that they were really prideful about. So yeah, you gotta give it. Yeah, you gotta give it to him. Hold on. Yeah, I don't. That's yeah. I don't know. It's. This looks like it goes here. Yeah. All right. Pretty much. Okay, here. Oh yeah. The question is, can I concentrate on multiple stuff at the same time during this stream? That's the big question here. Yeah, I hope you you enjoy my talk about it. So when it comes to Greek theater, there are two different kinds of aspects to main elements to Greek theater. There is the orchestra and there's the theater. I focus on after this puzzle. Oh yeah, it's harder to focus on while talking at the same time. It's pretty hard, but I feel like I'm doing kind of a good job. So yeah, the orchestra means the dancing space, kind of. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the yeah. Wait, I can assure you, I'm doing work. I can assure you, I'm doing work. This is work. This is work. Who says I cannot be having fun? Almost done. There you go. Yeah, I'm almost done. But I got something to tell you. This is not the last one. There are multiple ones. I don't have to do the other ones, but it gives me some time to talk. Wait, where? What? Did I get something wrong somewhere? Oh shit. Oh, okay. I put the wrong one here. That explains why I couldn't put this one. That explains. So yeah, so the orchestra means like the dancing space. It's where like the chorus is, and they will remain there for the entire time. They're like the last people to leave.
The National Archaeological Museum of Athens. Sounds very official.
Okay, did it take... Okay, it took notes. Okay, nice.
Can't check that. Did that, can't check, haven't done, that's done.
Yeah, I did two things. Look, those are all the stuff that I can... Those are all the puzzles. I'm doing good for the puzzles. I say we do another one. Ooh. This is a... Is this a red style? Red figure style? No, it's the black figure style. I'm always like... I always can't get them in verse. I think this is a black figure style. No, it's the red figure. Who am I kidding? Spam click that checklist. It feels good when I do it. Oh god, it feels so good. So good to do it. Okay, I know it's somewhere like this. Yeah, like that. I'll do the outer ones. But yeah, I don't have to do these. However, it's kind of better to do these talks while I'm doing this puzzle, because otherwise I don't... it gets a little bit chaotic in my mind. Like I I have to think about what to say while doing something. So yeah, this is the better position for me to talk about info dump or dump. Oh, what am I saying? What am I saying? All right. So yeah, I was saying the chorus remain on that stage from their entry to the end of the play. So yeah, they would stay there. And then the theater is the seeing space. So it's the place where the audience would sit. What? Oh, this one is a little bit more complicated. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm breezing. Yeah. Shit, I didn't think I would be this good, but apparently I'm this good. Not to brag. So yeah, like there is a there is a wooden building like that faces the orchestra, and the backdrop usually it's like a palace or a temple. So you if you look up the Theater of Dionysus, okay, the Theater of Dionysus, okay, at first there were no like stages. There were no stages where you go up the stairs and like where like the actors stand. But then the Temple of Dionysus, that's where they introduced the stage, the standing stage. Oh my, okay, I think I did all of the... Okay, this one goes here. And this one goes here. Here, and oh my gosh, why am I so good at this? I'm killing it. I'm just... Puzzles? What puzzles is so fucking easy? Oh. Okay, now this is the inside is a little bit more tricky. Okay, so we know that these things over here. Oh, there we go. Here you go. Yeah, I'm just trying things out. That spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, that's the wooden building. That's where the actors would change their costumes in the middle. Oh, okay, there you go. I didn't think they would be like this. I didn't think they would be this tall, but I guess it should surprise me. Yeah, it doesn't make... So, the Theater of Dionysus in Athens, it's like a holocauste in the southwest flank of the Acropolis. It's where... I don't know if you're familiar with the plays from Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, or the Aristophanes, the comic. That's where their plays were performed. You probably heard of it though. They are pretty big. They are like one of the biggest like playwrights, whether it's comedy or tragedies. So yeah. Wait. No, you can tell me. Like, okay, hold on. What do you think gaslighting is? Um, I don't think you. I don't think what you are thinking is actual gaslighting. Unless I'm misunderstanding. But I'm pretty sure that what you're thinking is gaslighting is not actual gaslighting. So, tell me, and I'll tell you if it is gaslighting or not. Like, what do you think gaslighting is? It's no judgments. A lot of people get it wrong. Oh my gosh, my nose. I hate it. I hate it when my nose does this. Where's the other food? For sure. Yeah. Somewhere there's a... Where's the hand? There you go. So, yeah, okay, so one fun thing that they did back in the day is that like the playwrights who wrote tragedies, they would submit 3 tragedies and a satire play for like consideration to a magistrate. And he's called the Archon, or we can call it magistrate. So, and the comic would submit 1 play. So that person would read them, and then he would deliver his verdict. So the 3 tragedians and the 3 comic playwrights, three of each would have like their play selected and financed. This is usually how it goes. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my gosh! Hi, Mira! Welcome! Sugar! We're glad you're here. How are you doing? Welcome! Blue, you didn't answer my question. What do you think gaslighting is? Because I think what you meant to say was, oh, I didn't want to, I don't want to mansplain. I think you got it wrong between gaslighting and mansplaining. No, because you were like, oh, I was gonna ask you if you... I was gonna tell you about the origin of this phrase, but I didn't want to gaslight you. And what I'm saying is, I think you switched up between gaslighting and mansplaining. What's mansplaining? Okay, I can answer. I can explain to you the 2 of them and the differences. Gaslighting is when you make someone doubt their sense of reality. Like let's say let's say you witness something and someone comes in and like someone tells you something, and after that they're like, no, I didn't say that, like you heard it wrong, something like that, but they really go in on it, so you start to doubt your own memories. That's an example. Like someone makes you doubt your sense of reality. So you start doubting your memories, you start doubting what happened. That's pretty much gaslighting, and there's a lot more about that. But mansplaining is it's a phenomenon you see most with men towards women. It's when a woman, let's say for example, I'm using examples because I know that a lot of people they tend to understand better when it comes to when it's there's a
Got it.
j'ai déjà réservé demain. Pourquoi il a fait ça?
J'en sais rien, je lui ai pourtant dit restaurant et adresse.
Tu veux-tu aller Tu veux-tu aller à cet endroit-là? Ou tu veux aller l'autre?
L'autre.
Dis-lui. Oh my gosh. Ok, ferme la porte. It was my sister. Okay, so let's say a woman, for example, she has a degree in, let's say biology. Let's say biology. And there's this man who he knows a lot about biology. He's or he has also a degree in biology. And they start talking about biology, and he assumes that she doesn't know what she's talking about. He assumes that she needs explaining to do. So he explains to her what biology is, even though she has a degree in it. So he's like, okay, so do you know what a heart is? This is a muscle and all of that. It's not explaining to her, even though she has a degree. Let's say she worked in the field for years and all of that. So obviously she would know what it is. But the man would assume that she needs explaining. Yeah, and most of the time, yeah, it is a condescending way. Yeah, so those are the two. There's a big difference between those two words. Like, so, one like when it's mansplaining, it's basically misogyny. It's misogyny, but gaslighting, that's more intense. It's a mix. It's pretty much abuse. So this is why I said, when you said like I was gonna tell you a fun fact about the origin of this phrase or something like that, but you explained to me what gaslighting is, and I didn't want to do that, and that's where my confusion comes from, and I felt like I needed to rectify this. Because it's so easy to, if you mix up the words and all of that, then for something as big, because like something that is abusive versus like just misogyny, I don't know. It's kind of is important to rectify. But yeah, don't take this the wrong way. I was just telling you. But yeah, no, like if you tell, I'm not an expert. Let's be real. Let's be clear about something. I am not an expert on ancient Greece. I do not have a degree to it. So if you could, like, if you are not sure, you could say, so do you know, I learned this recently, do you know the origin of this and that? And if I tell you, oh no, like, please tell me, then you feel free to share with us what you know. But I am in no shape or form saying that I am an expert in the subject. It's just a passion. It's like did not study it. I just love learning about it, but I am learning every day. But yeah, I don't I'm not some historian on ancient Greece where I know way more than the average. Well, I mean, I probably know more than the average people, but well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So yeah. So yeah, I would consider, if you told me, oh, I learned that this and that, then I would consider it to be mansplaining. Wait, what was... Oh yeah. So, the theater, the ancient Greeks, they took it very seriously. It's not like today where you pay the admission and you just go in and watch a play and then and go outside, eat something, whatever. Back in the day, it was a pretty big deal, and they took it very seriously. So you could just go to the theater at any time you wanted, because it's a serious matter. People would arrive at dawn, and they would leave. They would stay there all day. Each of the so they would be there for 3 days. They would be there for 3 days. So people would sit and watch for perhaps like 6 hours on end, with short bathroom breaks here and there. So each day featured like 3 tragedies and 1 satire play. Like a play starring satyrs who is half human, half goat creatures who got blind drunk and chased after women. And then at the end of the day, there would be 1 comedy. That's usually how it goes. So yeah, you just wouldn't go for like a few hours, and that's it. Like you would watch like a play for like a few hours, and that's it. You going home. Like you stay there the whole day. Oh no, that's okay. That's not. That goes here. As this one goes here. So yeah, there would be like 2. They would like do this like two times a year. There are like two times a year where you could watch plays. Once would be like in January or early February at a festival, and another time in late March or early April in this specific city. I think it's Dionysia. There are some other places that have small theaters, but it's like absolutely not in the same scales as the ones in the festivals. And yeah, and if you're wondering how much money goes into these festivals, a lot. Like a shit ton of money goes into these festivals, into these plays. Hold on, what? It's not. Oh, okay. Oh, oops. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I feel like this goes somewhere here, but like it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, so each production. Ella, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate that. I hope you go back to Nancy Drew. I hope you go back to Nancy Drew at some point. No pressure. So each of the productions was sponsored by a super rich Athenian who footed the bill either for 3 tragedies and a satire or for 1 comedy. So he would pay for the costumes, he would pay for the chorus, probably the flute player who accompanied the chorus. The protagonist, however, was paid by the state. But yeah, the super rich would like shed their money for these events, you know. So yeah, a conservative estimate around like it would be like around 1,500 individuals like who would be involved in putting the plays in any one year. So they would so at some point they brought in critics. It's like 10 critics, one from each of the 10 tribes. I don't know, maybe they got appointed by the lot, but there's no evidence that they were like experts in theaters. Rain, hi, welcome. Sugar, welcome. We're glad you're here. No, I don't have any sound alerts. Clean your C drive. Clean your C drive, y'all. Yeah, no sound alerts. So yeah, I was while I'm doing this, I am info dumping on the subject of Greek theater, because you know this is about, well, the game is kind of about theater as well. So tragedy, comedies, satire plays, they all adhere strictly to a set of conventions. So they would begin with a prologue, and then the chorus enters. They are singing and dancing, and there are a number of episodes. So it's like spoken verse between 2 or 3 characters. And then there would be like choral passages, like singing and dancing again. The chorus is always the last. They're always the last to leave. Oh yeah, we got a jigsaw puzzle. This is I'm doing them all, but I'm doing like super well. Like I'm killing it. It took Joe like 500 hours to finish this game. I'm gonna ace it in one day. It's just how it is. You know, it's just how it is. Don't be a hater, just be good at it. Yeah, share with us the origins of this phrase. In the limelight. Oh, okay, in the limelight. I misread. Yeah, share with us. Okay, that is not throwing shade. I mean, you come in here, what did you expect? So yeah, no violence would take place on stage. The stage was never empty. Only rarely was there a scene change. There was no curtain or blackouts. There were no stage directions. And the dramatists didn't give them any text. Not that we know of. It was pretty different back in the day. Like, yeah, no. Hold on. Yeah, this. Oh. Feel like I... Oh, this. Autocorrect? Oh yeah, okay. Ooh. No, this one is a little bit more up. Up. Not sure where up. Oh, this one it's one of the guys over here. So the playwright, usually the playwright wouldn't just not like write the play, they would write the music as well and choreograph the chorus. So he had to possess a big range of talents. So, and in the early days, the playwright was sometimes the protagonist or the main actor, so he also had to have the acting skills. So yeah, so the fact that Xenia is also like playing Persephone, it's like, yeah, she's doing like they used to, you know? It's not that unusual. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Is it this? Oh, this was a fun puzzle. Yeah. Like I love these. I usually don't do all of them, but I decide to do them like this time around because it's easier for me to info dump on people while I'm doing this puzzle rather than something else. You know. You love reading Nancy's diary? Shows so much shade at Xenia. Oh my gosh, wait. I need to read the diary. I need to do. I forgot what is in there. But yeah, I got invited to an podcast episode to talk about this game, so this is why I'm playing it. So yeah, I'm playing this in preparation. I don't know if I'll be ready for Monday. We'll see. So I have to pay also attention to what's happening in the game because
All done.
Because I have a talk coming up. I get an achievement. I want to get the achievement. Oh my gosh, hold on. Did she say it or no, she didn't. She didn't say it yet.
Can't check that off yet.
She didn't. Oh my gosh, she did not. Not Nancy of all people. What is she doing here? She doesn't speak Greek. She doesn't even have a Greek accent. What is she doing here? Okay, Nancy Drew. The cell phone diary. Oh my gosh, I forgot about the cell phone diary. Frank and Joe will be available to help me during the investigation. I hope I should make use of their connections and have them look into everything related to the museum. I'm here to help the museum director Melina Rossi with the Life of Ancient Greece exhibit. The museum has lost some staff recently, and I've been asking to step in and help Melina put the finishing touches on the exhibit. Nothing like a little unexpected theater to welcome me to Greece. If this was a real kidnapping, what was my part after yelling, "Hey, stop," anyway? None of this would be a problem if you had a gun, Nancy Drew. I met the director, Xenia. Her lack of Greek accent makes me curious why she's in Greece. But who am I to talk? Yes, Nancy, who are you to talk? You don't know, like there's a lot of people who are Greek, of Greek descent, and they were raised somewhere else and they don't have the accent, but they want to reconnect with their culture. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh my gosh! Okay, so the phrase in the limelight dates back to the 19th century, back when there was a type of stage lighting that was popular at the time, limelight. And the lime comes from a chemical compound called calcium oxide, aka quicklime. And fun fact, you can find quicklime in seashells. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Thank you for telling us, Blue. Oh my gosh. Imagine if Xenia had like regular citizen clothes, not the costumes. Imagine Nancy would be like, why is she here? She doesn't have any white drapes on. Xenia is the director of the play, and she's also playing the part of Persephone. Xenia seems like she connects with the character of Persephone. This might be good to keep in mind. It could mean that she feels like she's in over her head. Nancy, it's a role. It's a role in the play. Calm down. I met Gregor, who is playing Hermes. He might be overly embracing the role. Log to tablet entries. This looks like a job for Nancy's one-woman NSA Drew. What? What? Not one woman NSA Drew? Nancy, please. Looking at Xenia's headshots, it seems like the cast doesn't have much acting experience. This production seems like an awfully ambitious debut. I found the part of the script in the play. Xenia has notes written all over it. I should figure out what they are for. Oh yeah, I love how she also took the notes with her. Oh yeah, this one is a little bit more complicated. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this one is intimidating. I might like come here and be like, yeah, no, I can't do this one. To be honest. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's my strategy over here. That's my strategy. I'm about to get somewhere by doing this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna correct myself in advance and say in some seashells. Oh, okay. So yeah, so like both the playwright and sponsor were awarded first, second, and third prize. The prize was a crown of ivy. So there was also a prize for acting. So yeah, after the victors would be announced, the celebrations would follow. No doubt involving a lot of wine. FYI, there's wine involved. Which I did some research about the drinking culture with Greeks, like the wine and drinking culture, and I was very surprised by what I learned. Because it's not the before you say anything, it's not like total orgies. Yes, there could be orgies, but most of the time it's not. Most of the time they knew how to regulate themselves. Okay, wait. So this is all right. This one is a little bit harder. It's hard to visualize. So, yeah, okay. Fun fact. Okay, just so you know, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, um, these three really achieve canonical status. They are their plays were like played over and over and over again. So they are like some of the best Greek tragedians. There's also a Euripides, which is one of my faves. I could tell you about the tale of Medea, the story of Medea, which is like kind of fucked up, but also very, very intense. And I don't know, I really liked it. I really liked it. But yeah. Oh my gosh, my nose. My nose! My poor nose. So, okay, so I'm gonna tell a story, and it's gonna be you're gonna come out and be like, oh shoot, that kind of reminds me of when Tina lost her windows, her everything. Let it serve as a lesson. So, so there's this king, Ptolemy 2 or 3. One of them, either the second or the third one, but he is like he is the descendant of one of the generals from Alexander the Great, and the Ptolemies like ruled. They ruled Egypt, Alexandria. So yeah. So like Alexander, he founded Alexandria, and you probably know that it is the home of the greatest library of the ancient world. And Ptolemy was really big on books. So there is this rule, this law, that all the ships that passes through Alexandria, their boats had to be searched, because in case that they found a roll that is not that was not in the library. Like, he would collect text, which is good. So he would be like, okay, well, we don't have this one. We're gonna take it, copy it, and then we'll give you back the original, and you can be on your merry way. But we need this in our library. This is pretty much what he would do. So this guy committed a brazen act of theft. He told the Athenians that if they lent him the authoritative copies of the plays of the three greats, ASE, I'm gonna call them ASE because they put for Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, ASE. So yeah, he said, if you give me the authoritative copies of these plays from these three, I would have a scribe to copy and return the original to y'all, the Athenians. And he said that, you know, he's gonna give them like 15 talents, which is like a big amount of money. Like, but 15 talents as a deposit while while they would copy it. So they did just that. The Athenians like lended him the original copies, and yes, they did copy it, but instead of giving them back the originals. They gave the Athenians back the copies, and he gave up the 15 talents. And just as a refresher, if you don't remember what happened to the Library of Alexandria, the reality is that Nancy came and she set fire to the library, and now it's all gone. Yep, Nancy's responsible. She burned the library, so it's all gone. I'm kidding. Like the Nancy didn't set up the library on fire. The library caught fire. The library caught fire. And yeah. But it wasn't Nancy who's behind it. And then yeah, don't point a finger at her. But she could have done it. Damn you, Nancy. Damn you, Nancy. So yeah, there are a few there like a portion survived, you know. Not all of the tragedies, not all of the plays got saved and survived, you know, but we still have quite a big amount. Not everything, it's not like it's not the end of the world. They managed to conserve quite a good amount of plays. Let's just say Nancy did it though. I mean, yes. Let's. Nancy travels through time. She's in Alexandria and she got sent to their prison because she's accused of setting the great library of Alexandria on fire. There you go. I just wrote a Nancy Drew plot for y'all. You're welcome. No, it's not a ripoff of Alibi and Ashes. What are you talking about? This came from my brain. So yeah, there's there is Aeschylus. I think he wrote Horestia. I'm probably reading okay, so just so you know, I'm gonna butcher a lot of names. But I think this guy he wrote Orestia. Oh my gosh. That's what happens when you read instead of like listening to stuff. You don't know how to pronounce shit. And there's I don't know much about this person, this playwright. I'm not gonna talk really about this guy, this playwright. I'm not familiar with this playwright. I'm more familiar with Sophocles and Euripides. Sophocles, you probably heard of him. It's like one of the biggest playwright. He wrote Oedipus, Antigone, and yeah, I feel like most people know about Oedipus. But personally, I am a little bit more into Euripides. He was a little bit more edgy, and some, I don't know if all, but some or all of his plays are pretty much critics of Athenian society. So much so that there's a rumor that he got exiled because of his plays. Which, you know, you go king. You gotta do what you gotta do. So he was behind. What he was behind? He wrote Trojan women. He wrote Trojan women. So I think that it's like an anti-war play, and it's like the topic is like crimes against humanity. So the Trojan women, they were all captives of the Greeks, and they were facing the prospect of a life of sexual servitude. So it's a very grim. This one is a very grim. So he wrote that one. There's another one. This one is you probably heard of it, but probably not. But I really love this one. It's about Medea. What is the name of the? Okay, where does this go? Hold on. Oh my gosh, I don't know. There's some I'm like, wait, what? It's not going anywhere. Oh, there you go. So there's one, Medea. It's like one of the most controversial Greek tragedies because it explores the mindset of a betrayed and rejected woman. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Okay, so I didn't know. So this goes here. Wait, no, it's this one. There you go. It makes sense. Oh my gosh. This one is so difficult. So, Medea. Okay, so basically, Medea is like she was married to Jason, and Jason wanted to steal the golden fleece. So she assisted him in stealing the golden fleece.
Done.
And it's a pretty... Yes, that was the Parthenon. Oh my gosh, there are 3 more. Oh my gosh. Wow, okay. This takes a long time. This one took me such a long time. So, when her father pursued Jason... Okay, y'all gotta judge Medea for this, but she was very much in love. She, what she did is that she killed her brother, and she dismembered him and tossed his limbs in the, like his limbs in the sea. And each time, like her father saw a part, he would order the ship to stop to go retrieve it, and because of that they escaped the father. And yeah, Jason and Medea escaped the father. Amazing, right? Oh yeah, poor Jason. It makes you wonder, is Jason that hot? I mean, oh god, this is... Okay, this one is spoke too soon. This is very difficult here. So when wait, this has to go somewhere. Okay, here you go. Yeah, this is basically just trying out shit. Okay, so this is a horse, but like I don't know what part of the horse this is. Oh god. Yep, her own brother. And here's the thing. So you would think that Jason would owe Medea after what she did for him. But then he was like, oh, I can do better than that. I can do better than her. So, so he decided to leave her for someone better. he decided to dump her. And he so he explained to her that, oh, this is going to improve our children's prospect in life, because she was like a semi-barbarian foreigner. So like he announced that he was leaving her, and was like, hey, yeah, this is for our children, you know, this is for our children. And listen, if your wife was willing to kill her brother for you, you damn sure straight are not gonna get out of here unscathed. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, where is... I'm looking for the specific... Okay, this one. So, basically, what happened is that she pretended to go along with it all, and she presented Jason's bride-to-be with a beautiful robe, and when the bride put it on, it began to devour her flesh. And when her father tried to save her, that thing devoured him too. So both of them got devoured by the poison. But Medea didn't stop right there. After that, she murdered their children. I know, right? People would be very, very intense back in the day. God damn. No, it's I don't know what this goes where, but this one is, oh, so rough. Okay, jeez Louise. This is from the horse, so it has to go here. I don't know the anatomy of a horse. There you go. Ancient Greeks are ruthless. Oh yeah, the dating scene back in the day. Oh god. Back in the day, it's drama queens. I mean, if you heard about Greek dramas, I mean, they were drama queens. Never forget. They invented drama, so of course they were gonna be drama queens. Yeah, I need to check and see where. I feel like, oh, there it is. Just need to I'm so confusion. It should go around here. It's a, oh god, this is horrible. This one is horrible. Oh yeah, let's talk about comedy. I feel like it would be it would lift off the mood a bit. So Aristophanes is like the king of comedies. He wrote a play where it was set during the Peloponnesian War. Athens was at war with Sparta for like 20 years, and the women were like pretty sick of the war. So in order to bring it to an end, they decided like to go on a sex strike. So like the whole time it's just men like showing their discomfort because like they were not they could they were not having sex, so they were very like the whole time it's just them acting out very discomfort, like with a lot of discomfort. They were like, oh fuck, I can't do this anymore. So yeah, that's what basically that comedy was, just showing them like just go through a rough time because of the sex strike. Yeah, this two side reconciled and everybody got drunk. Well, yeah, in most of the plays by Aristophanes, yeah, they would get drunk by the end. There is another one. This one is like a escapist fantasy. He wrote another one. It was called Women Attending the Assembly, where he imagined what the world would look like if the women were ruling Athens, ruling the state. So even though it was like just a escapist fantasy, it made people like question, wonder, hey, what would happen if women ruled society? So yeah, that's basically how it went. Oh, this one, that's gotta be another horse. Slowly but surely, but I kind of need to go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom and I will clean up my nose as well. Alright, I'll be right back. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I'm back. Alright. Yeah, I really needed that. It was pretty rough. My nose, so rough. Anyway, let's oh boy. Let's continue this. Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna continue and talk about stuff, you know. But I'm gonna change the subject. I'm kind of tired of talking about theater. Maybe I'll come back on this subject in a later time. But for now, I'm pretty tired of the subject. I'm gonna talk about something else. Let's talk about wine. My favorite subject of all, wine. Anyway, so all right, so okay. Yeah, I just sounded like a wine mom. Can you blame me? I don't have wine at the moment. I wanted to go buy some more, but I was really tired, y'all. I was really tired. Anyway, yeah, it takes me energy to go buy freaking wine. Yeah, I want to juice up. I want to juice up like the wine mom that I am. But I am too lazy to go and buy myself wine. Tragic. Okay, I don't know where this goes, but like this is not normal. Oh boy, okay. So let's talk about wine. So like everything connected with the gods, wine, which is the gift of god Dionysus, it's like a boon and a bane. Like it can help you forget, you know, your pains. Can make you forget your cares, but it can also make you careless. So yeah, you have to treat it with respect, and that's how most of the Greeks treated wine with respect. Like do not be careless and all that, but you know, there's always some exceptions. There's always some moments where, you know, you have a wine party and it goes south really fast and it turns into an orgy. It happens, you know, it happens. Let's not judge people too harshly over here, okay? Oh, whoa. Where's it? Oh my gosh, this is... Yeah, no, it's not this one. One is just grape juice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, basically, so seriously, drinking wasn't just a case of getting together with your pals and getting drunk. It took place in a formal setting. It's called a symposium, which means drinking together, and it was highly ritualized. We call these things symposia. So we know a lot about them because the Greek vases depicted them. How they depicted them, like they far outnumber any other scene in the daily life of Greeks. There are a lot of vases about symposia. So yeah, like if you look up the vases, you could see scenes of the men reclining, playing silly drunken games, being sick, having sex with women. Many of these vases were pornographic. Oh, there you go. Yeah, hold on. I'm just like trying to gather my thoughts as while playing this. Although. Oh yeah. I mean, y'all, none of you should be like surprised. How many Greek statues have you seen where like the statue of the man is naked, like straight up a dick in front of your face? How many times? You shouldn't be surprised. They like not in the daily life, like not in like normal life, but like in art. So much, so many dicks. Ancient Greece just be like that. Hi Guava, welcome! How are you doing? Sugar, we're glad you're here. Yeah, no I don't have any sound alerts. I hope that's okay. That's just how I roll until I finally fix this. Clean up your C drives, y'all. Clean up your C drive. Oh my gosh, did you play this game, Guava? Oh yeah, Guava, you're gonna be featuring in the episode, the podcast episode about Labyrinth of Lies. That means you played the game. Awesome! I know the podcast is about the game and nothing else, but just so you know, I will be fighting really hard not to info dump on ancient Greek culture during the episode. But like this is my subject, y'all. This is my game. This is what I'm all about. So yeah, I was saying that back in the day, wine culture, like yeah, they would you just don't go like hang out with your friends and drink. That's not how it works. It was like they would have groups, like the parties called symposium or symposia, and it's like very ritualized. It's like it's very formal. That's where you would go and drink wine. Oh, nice. Yes. In at these parties, they would have these women, female companions. I don't know how to say that word in Greek. I don't want to butcher it, but they had these female companions, and they were hired to entertain the drinkers, and it would include dancers, flute girls, and prostitutes. So a lot of hanky-panky went on during those symposias between the guests and the female companions. The freeborn women, like the wives, daughters, mothers, whatever, they were not permitted to attend the symposia. Oh yes, did I tell you that Greek culture? I mean, back in the day, ancient Greece was very, very misogynistic. Even compared to Egyptian culture, yeah, it was really, really like misogynistic. Like it's not a good time to be a woman in ancient Greece. However, I don't like to judge a whole culture based on like values in the past, because I mean, it's ancient Greece. It was like of course they are not gonna be all like equal rights between men and women back in the day, so you know. So I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. You need to learn as much about Greece because your teacher was focused on Pompeii and Persia. So which, you know what? It's kind of valid. It is valid. There's so much to cover. Everything I'm teaching you today, like, listen, I went on an hour talking about the history of Greek theater. If this takes that long to talk just about theater, I mean, you know, like, it takes it would take a lifetime to cover everything about any culture. Really, it's a long history, so you know, and Greek history doesn't take precedence over any other cultures. Like it's all very interesting. You choose one, but it's like it's so much dedication, so much time. So much time. I could, but she's the only one I know who has a degree in computers, and she's the night owl, so you can hear her at 3 a.m. We're a problem if you need to. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're asking. Honestly though, the best person to ask is my boyfriend, Fisher. He's the IT guy that you want. He's your IT guy. Okay. There's a room for everyone to have a huge info dump on everything. Yes, if you want to info dump on me, go ahead as well. I love it. I always feel timid when I info dump on other people's channel. I always ask for permission because it could feel like spamming. So I'm always like very stressed about it. But most of the people I asked, they were like, yeah, go ahead. I love learning. Go ahead.
Got it.
And I love that. Yeah, I'm doing... Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have to talk about this one. Because this is a very this is a very important one. So, okay, let's I always forget the vases. It's like the black figure style and the red figure style. I always get them mixed up. But okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning, because otherwise I feel like I will repeat myself because I forgot that I already covered it. So I'm gonna start from the beginning. No, hold on. Let me see if I can find at least the chessboard. Oh, there's the. I don't know if it's the shield or not. Let me. Cause this one, I love learning about this one. You didn't realize they were different. So there is one. So okay, there are different. If you looked at the styles of the vases, the paintings on them, you'll see there are different styles. The ones that people know about the most is the proto-geometric, the red figure style, and the black figure style. The proto-geometric and geometrics, you know, there are different steps. So for the proto-geometric and the geometric style, so basically it's like if you recall, like those vases, they have like different lines with patterns. It all goes all over the vase. That's pretty much geometric. Everything is like, it's all like they all like oh, what is it called? When it's like it's what is it called? Parallel. Well, no, is it not parallel? It's when the it's like it's a pattern. It's like the left face looks like the right face. Yeah, and yeah, it's all abstract, like geometric bands. Yeah, it covers the whole vase. And there were no floral or human or animals on it. So these kinds of potteries, usually you will see them on potteries that they use to honor the dead. So basically grave gifts and grave markers. So you would usually see them with holes at the bottom. So it's easier to oh my gosh, it's to pour the drinks for the dead below. And the fact that these vases survived for this long, it's just shows how much these things are very important to the Athenians or the Greeks. Okay, so this, I can't tell what this is. Okay, I can't tell. So this is the hand. It has to be somewhere around here. If I don't know. Well, can I at least find this guy's face? Oh, there you go. Okay. Ah, cool. Yeah, there you go. Tessa, I'm not sure what that if that's the word. So, I want to talk about a very popular geometric vase. You could Google it. by the way. I highly encourage y'all to Google it while I'm talking about this. It's okay, so I don't remember it's like an NM for National Museum because it's in the National Museum of Athens. I don't remember the number. 804, I think. Yeah, 804. It's like made by the greatest geometric painter that the scholars dubbed the Dipylon Master. So yeah, if you look it, that's like, it's like a very, very detailed and very beautiful. And this vase was used like it was used for funeral. It was like, it depicts the funeral that was held in honor of a deceased woman. So you see if you look from it from far away, it looks like just like a typical geometric vases. It looks like it looks like a basket weaving even, but if you look close to it, you can see all the details, and you can see like the central panel, which has like human figures. So you have like a corpse being laid out before burial, with the mourners gathered around, and it's like a schematic silhouettes. So very naturalized. And yeah, hold on, kind of need to. I feel like, okay, it's not gonna show the entire vase here. It's not gonna show the entire one. Where's the chess table? I can see the arms. I can see the feet. There you go. Dipylon amphora. That could be it's a dipylon. It's it spells like this. Dipylon. It's he made a lot of amphoras. The one I was talking about is the NM 804. That vase is huge, yo. That vase is huge. Uh-huh. So another one I want to talk about. Okay, so this is, I just looked it up. This is a black figure style. I should have known. It's black figures on top of red or orange. So of course it's the black figure style. I don't know why my head couldn't like my head was like, oh fuck, what was it again? I can't tell. Yeah, you'll see, like if you look at it closely, you see like the little scene at the middle band. So the black figure style, this is what we're looking at. It's one of the best ones out there. So the black figure style, okay, this is funny. It was invented in Corinth, not by the Athenians, the Corinth. And it was adopted by the Athens, like maybe like 100 years after after they came up with it. But the Athenians did it so much better. They like the Athenian artists were like just out of the gates, just like blew the Corinthians out. Like Nobody wanted to buy anything from the Corinthian artists after they saw saw the vases from Athens. Sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes the people who copy they do it better. It's just how it is. Sorry, not sorry. So basically a black figure style. It's like it's black on top of red or orange. So, but like on Corinthian vases, usually it's animal friezes. But on Athenian vases, usually it's like scenes based on mythology. And so this one, okay, hold on, I need to put this back. Oh no. Okay, this one. I have to fix this one. So this one was made by it's a Francois vase. I think. Hold on, is it a Francois vase? Oh no, I'm so sorry. This one was made by Ezekias. I'm so sorry. I got it. Oh my gosh. I'm getting my artists mixed up. There are so many artists. I was like, I recognize this one. I just couldn't figure out which artist is it. So this one is basically, it depicts Ajax and Achilles. So this it's you can see it in the Vatican Museum. By the way, I went to the Vatican. I saw it. It was pretty fun. Was pretty nice. So they are playing a board game while relaxing during the Trojan War. So you could see like their helmets. Well, you cannot see it in here because they are only like showing a part of the vase. But in the real thing, like they are in full battle gear. Their helmets are like are behind them, like resting behind them, and like the figures are they are like forming some kind of triangle. It's really perfectly aligned with the shape of the vase. Very beautiful. And yes, I got it. The artist wrong. I'm so sad. I feel so bad about it. All right. So that makes. So it has to. Over here. This one is not as hard, but then again, so you'll see the board game very soon once I'm done with this. Yeah, he was like this guy Ezekias. He was like both a potter and a painter. I think like we managed to find like 11 vases from him. Another one that makes very good black figure style paints is a Francois. Well, no. It's called a Francois vase, but it was made by a different potter and a different painter. Like they came together and made that vase. It's 2 feet tall. It has 270 animal and human figures, and only the bottom frieze was like devoted to the animal and floral ornamentation. So you could there were a lot of stuff happening on there. There are like different kinds of scenes in there. There are like 4 on the neck of the crater. There was like 3 on the body, 1 on the foot. It's the freaking whole Trojan War depicted on the vase. It's absolutely beautiful. So if you want to see what it looks like, check out Francois Vaz. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. What else? Oh yeah, the red figure style. The red figure style it's basically the reverse. It's like red figures on top of black vase. You just switch up the colors. So hold on. Oh, there you go. So yeah. So you just switch it up. There is an example of a red figure style would be the Berlin painter. Another vase that you should Google when you have time. We don't know the real name of the Berlin painter. But yeah, it was found in Berlin. So the Berlin amphora, it's just it's kind of one of the best. It's one of the best. So you have 2 scenes, one in the front and one in the back. The one in the front, it has like 3 figures on top of each other. So you have, towards us, you have Satire, which is the creature that is half goat, half human, and he's carrying a lyre. Behind, like at the back, it's Hermes, the god Hermes, and between them is like a fawn, just like who was raising his head. And on the back, it's Satire again, with a lyre in his hands, like just playing it. Okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh. There you go. That goes here. Close. Oh my gosh. I understand. I'm trying to make things more entertaining, because this is a very long process and there's nothing much happening. I'm just solving this puzzle. So I'm trying to talk as much as I can so it's not as boring, you know. So yeah, this is a black figure
All
sound.
done.
Yeah, Achilles and Ajax are this Ezekias. See. One more. Okay, shall we go back to wine? Yeah, should we go back to wine? Oh, one thing I didn't mention. One of the female companions. Some of them are like highly educated. The female companions in those symposiums, and that includes Aspasia, which is she's like the common law wife of Pericles. Oh, it's the last one. It's the last one, y'all. What do you mean? Of course I would go back. What are you suggesting here? What are you suggesting? There. Oh, I feel like I can tell which ones are at the bottom. Yeah, I can tell which ones are at the bottom, at least. It's over here. Oh, no, here. And one last one over here. Where is it? Did I skip? Oh my gosh. Oh, there it is. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, okay. The ones on top also, I don't know why it was like, it's like at the last one. This one is not as bad as the other ones. The ones in the middle were so difficult. Good gracious. Imagine you're playing this for the first time and you realize you didn't have to do all of them. Oh god. I would hate this game too, but I knew that and I love this game. So the drinkers, they did not sit. They would like they would like go on couches that recline. So yeah, they're not sitting like here, but like this on the couch. Which is a custom the Greeks adopted from the Middle East. They would have these special rooms, like maybe like very close to the entrance, that could accommodate like a few people. The couches like would usually accommodate, usually 3 people. That's usually how it goes. Yeah, so when you come in and you go on these couches and the slaves, okay, yes, they had slaves back in the day. Oh, hi Joe, hi, welcome. I'm almost at the end. It helps pass the time when you talk the whole time. But I feel like I'm monologuing instead of like interacting. It's the last jigsaw. Yeah, but this one is not as bad as the other ones. I don't. Why is this one like the one at like at the end? I don't get it. It's like so much more easier than the other ones in the middle. You're learning so much about vases. Aw, thank you. Yes, just so you know, Joe, I'm gonna keep this like I'm gonna try to keep this like game related but it'll take so much power from me, just so you know. Willpower. Cause I could info dump on ancient Greeks every day. So yeah, I'll try my best to keep it on this subject. You're feeling very educated. I told you, like, y'all coming here, and I did say that you would come out and feel like you're a professor in ancient Greece. I wasn't kidding. That's awesome. So yeah, so they would like, so the slaves would wash the feet of the guests upon the arrival. So like they would like go on these recliners, couches on the when they come in. To be fair, you can already do that. It's a channel called Fun Facts. It's on in my Discord. You can technically already do that. Yes, I have a Fun Facts Discord channel where I share stuff. But to be fair, I share my highlights on there, and not like fun facts that I learned throughout the day. So I guess it's a little bit confusing. Yeah, you can share stuff in there. So yeah, so the rich Greeks, they have these special rooms that it's called like a place for men, where the symposia would take place. So yeah, it's a rich people thing to have these symposias. They only start drinking once after they eat the food at the table, and after the libations, which is like drink offering to the gods, they perform and sing a hymn song, then they can start drinking. And what is interesting about these symposiums is that they would have like a random. They will appoint a symposiarch or master of drinking, which is usually like a guest. It's not a person. It's never the person who organizes these events at the symposium. It's a guest. It's a random guest. So what they would do is that this person, they would throw a dice. So and that way they figure out who will be the master of drinking. So and the Greeks, they would drink diluted wine, because they believe that the wine, if you drink non-diluted wine, then you could die of delirium or some shit like that. So they had diluted wine, and what the master of drinking has to do is to determine okay, so what does the part wine to part water, like, decide, okay, this is part water, this is part wine, how much? Usually it's like 1 part wine, 3 part water. Usually it goes like this. Keeper, master of the drink, keeper of the house. I think it's interesting that the symposium, the master of drinking, is never the host. It's always has to be a guest. I don't know why though. So yeah, they and then they would decide how many drinks, how many cups of diluted wine each person gets, and everybody gets the same amount. So they would like they would get like the same degree of inebriation. So yeah, yeah, they would divide it and be like, okay, each person 3 cups. That's it. That's all. Cannot go have more. No. It's so. Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. So yeah. So it happens. I'm not gonna lie. It happens. Some symposia were boozy affairs, and they become orgies. They tend to degenerate into orgies. I'm not gonna lie. It happens. But the majority of the symposiums are pretty like classy. Like it's like the symposiums are like institutions that fostered culture. So yeah, you have a sense of refinement, playfulness, pleasure, conviviality. So yeah. And the symposium, well, like nobody is surprised by this. Gonna be surprised by this, but symposiums are the locus of like the formation of homosexual attachments. So yeah, gay sex, a lot of gay sex during symposiums. Are we always surprised? But here's the thing. There is this perception by the general public. The general public, because of those symposiums, they tend to think that that the Greeks were very pro homosexuality. They were very open about this, but the reality is that it's not. They are not fully accepted homosexual activity or liaisons. It's not true. It's homosexual liaisons, like they're very prevalent in aristocratic circles, more so than non-aristocratic circles. That's true. But like they saw homosexuality as acceptable more as like some episodic phenomenon. So it's like a phase, you know. It's like you're having your moment, you're having your temporary phase of life. It was not acceptable as a permanent orientation. So like you could, if you're like a rich person and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to have my little moment, my little moment with this boy and stuff like that. But you cannot come out and be like, oh yes, I want to be with this guy and all of that. No, you were still expected to marry a woman, to have babies, to carry the line, all of that. Sure, if you're like rich, you have more liberties when you're rich. That's true for any type of cultures, but yeah, you cannot just come out and be like, hey, like yeah, I'm homosexual. I can like I want to be with this boy. Like I'm not gonna marry a woman. I'm gonna just be with this boy. No, that's not how it worked back in the day. Thank you so much for the alert, Blue. I'm almost done. Incredible. Almost done. Yo. Am I getting there?
Done.
Yay! I did it! Okay, I'm gonna save. Save. Daddy, he just spank me. Oh, I should probably spank me. Daddy, he's. There you go. Bellissima. I did it.
Can't check that off yet.
Shit, okay. I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. I need to put the clothes in the dryer. Okay, I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Told y'all it wouldn't take too long. So yeah, that was long. Oh my gosh, I feel like, did I spend 2 hours on this? Did I really spend 2 hours on this? I need a break. Ooh, oh shit, hold on. Kinda wanna read all of this. I wanna read it for once instead of like teaching. Socrates! My boy Socrates! Woohoo! My boy Socrates! I don't know if I've ever told the story of Socrates, the trial of Socrates on this channel. I'm gonna wait until I tell the trial of Socrates, share it, cause I've been forming for so long, I need a break. Recognized as the founder of Western philosophy, Socrates is noted for his debates on morality and how an individual should live their life. His philosophy focuses on logic and reasoning to develop a more scientific method of thinking. What we know today as the Socratic method demonstrates this approach. When we ask a question, Socrates will respond with further questions, leading the questioner through the answers they provided to answer their own question. Oh yes, here's the thing. This drove people nuts. So much so that they executed him. They executed my boy Socrates. Aristotle was one of the founding figures in Western philosophy along with Socrates and Plato. He created the Lyceum in Athens, a school of higher learning, and taught this so crass. That is so crazy. Oh my gosh. Get out of here. During his life, he developed the disciplines of metaphysics and comparative anatomy and logic, the science of correct reasoning. You cannot make me talk about philosophy. You cannot make me talk about anything except philosophy. I am not touching philosophy. It ain't gonna happen, okay? Leave me alone. One of the leading scientists of antiquity and arguably one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, Archimedes' work laid the foundation of modern mathematics. He's credited for many theoretical and practical innovations in math, including integral calculus, the 3:2 relationship of the volume of a cylinder to the sphere, and calculating the approximate value of pi. He was also an inventor, best known for the water pump called Archimedes' screw. Oh yeah, back in the day, well, there was not a lot of inventing, but if you gotta talk about inventions, you gotta talk about this guy. Considered the father of Western medicine, Hippocrates believed the medical treatment was a science and should not be governed by myth and superstition. He founded the Hippocratic School of Medicine, which established medicine as its own field of study for the first time. The Hippocratic Oath, a code of ethics attributed to Hippocrates, is still sworn by graduating medical students today. The rod of Asclepius derives from the oath and has been used as a symbol of medicine, which looks like a catechus. The master of epic poetry, Homer, is the credited author for the Iliad and the Odyssey. These two epics are considered by scholars to be literary masterpieces of ancient Greece and the world. Homer recited his work, and the epics were eventually transcribed by others. Because he did not write down his work himself, scholars debated for millennia his authorship and whether he was even a real person. Sappho! Yeah! Oh my gosh, yes! We're talking about our Sappho! Woohoo! Our girl Sappho! Hell yeah! Lesbianism made it into an ICG game. Awesome. Sappho was one of the few women to achieve fame in ancient Greece with her highly popular romantic poetry. She could read and write, which was uncommon for a woman in ancient Greece. She formed her own literary group for young girls on the island of Lesbos, teaching them the skills to participate in religious festivals, including poetry, music, singing, and dancing. Yeah! Euripides! My boy, Euripides! Woohoo! He's the guy I was talking about, the guy who wrote Medea. A master tragedian. Euripides wrote over 90 plays during his lifetime, though only 17 tragedies and one satire survive. Unlike his contemporaries, his characters' miseries stem not from the gods, but from their own personal flaws. His plays' strong theme of war, love, suffering, and betrayal both shocked and captivated viewers of his day, and remain relevant to modern audiences in works such as Medea, The Trojan Woman, and Electra. Oh, I didn't touch on Electra. I touched on Medea and The Trojan Woman. Oh, Phidias began his art career as a painter and became renowned for his sculpture work. His masterpiece, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, was approximately 40 feet high and one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Why do I feel like I've read this somewhere? They copy pasted from one of these pages, I'm pretty sure. Under the patronage of Pericles, Phidias supervised the restoration of the Acropolis and the building of the Parthenon, including the legendary Athena Promachos statue within the Parthenon. Pericles, statesman. Pericles was the leading statesman in the Athens of his day. Though sweeping democratic reforms, he is credited with creating the Golden Age of Athens. The government provided the basis for many modern democracies, including the United States. Pericles, a staunch patron of the arts, was also responsible for numerous projects to beautify and glorify the city. It was in large part due to his contributions that Athens gained its popular reputation as the educational and cultural center of the ancient world. And last but not least, Alexander the Great. Alexander III, King of Macedonia, was one of history's most successful military leaders. Riding into battle on his legendary stallion, Bucephalus, he never once left the battlefield defeated. Unlike other conquerors, Alexander didn't force Greek customs onto the conquered people or at the cost of their local culture. As a result, Greek culture integrated and spread farther than it had ever reached before, merging East and West for the first time. Alexander's vast empire dissolved after his death at the age of 32. Yeah, didn't he I think he got drunk? I wouldn't say he's an alcoholic, but most probably he was an alcoholic. He got super drunk once and he killed his best friend
I'd like to take a closer look at the poster.
while
Locked.
in stupor. I don't know what happened, but he got drunk and he killed his best friend. Yikes. Wonder where are all the other stuff. Oh. Oh, hi. You know, running away is not gonna help you out here. Can't.
What's going on?
I was freehand tracing.
Okay.
I wanted to understand the detail work, so I put thin paper on the glass, leaned in close, and...
Put too much weight on the glass?
Please don't tell anyone I broke the case.
Sounds like it was an honest mistake. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about.
I don't know you. Do you know me?
Not yet. I'm Nancy.
Niobe. I'm the reason we can't have nice things. On a cultural level.
You're in the play, right?
I'm Demeter.
You seem focused. Am I interrupting?
Yes! Thank you, though. I need a break.
Aren't you excited for opening night?
No. No and no. Nope.
Are you nervous?
Nervous when I sleep. Terrified when I'm awake. I'm so relieved we've only got the one show.
Just one? That's nothing.
You should leave.
What? Why?
You might end up spoiling the ending if you hear too much.
I think I know how it ends.
No. Our ending is different. More frightening. Less predictable.
Are you...
Late? Yes. I have to go.
Wow, Nancy is not doing well. So much so that people are asking her to leave. Not even 5 seconds after she starts talking to them. Nancy, come on. You can do better than that. Hoplite armor. It's a pretty it's a pretty small museum, to be honest. It's so small. Oh, look at all these red figure paintings. Nessie, like, what are you doing to these people that they ask you to leave? Not even 5 seconds. Greeks began using coins, initially one-sided lumps of gold or silver, around 650 BCE. As coining techniques improved, coins evolved into circular stamped pieces with images on either side. Greece's independently run police or city-states issued their own currencies. These coins were typically stamped with the image of a ruler on one side and a civic symbol representing their police on the other. Modern coins around the world continue to use this design style. I don't know. I feel like it only happens in this game. Jewelry was a status symbol in ancient Greece, typically only worn by the upper class. With the high level of craftsmanship behind each piece, jewelry became family heirlooms passed down through generations. Gold was the most popular metal to work with, as it was easily malleable and tarnished a little over time. Popular gemstones to work into pieces included amethyst, garnets, emeralds, and pearls. Gold leaf crowns were generally only used in religious rites due to its fragile nature of the thin gold leaves. Interesting. Now we're finally like about 3 hours after we start the game. We finally find the letter from Melina. Oh my gosh. Nessie, welcome to Greece. Come find me in my office and I'll give you the Dragma Tower tour. If I'm not in, show yourself around and introduce yourself to the theater troupe. While we're working to get the show up, they'll be getting ready for a show of their own. I'll be taking care of relations between the troupe and the museum. It never hurts to make some new friends. This exhibit will go down in history as one of the finest explorations of Greek culture. I could not think of anyone better to help me make it happen. Since we don't have a doormat, you'll find your key to the office with Nike. For today, make sure the vase display is properly labeled. Create the temple images for the architecture display. Get tickets aside for tonight's performance. That should do it for now. Good luck. Try not to set off any alarms. See you soon, Melina. Not her making us work while she's out there doing whatever. As you know now, there's been a change of plans. I'll be doing my best to track down the missing pieces as quickly as possible. Hopefully, what we're looking at is a simple shipping error. I've already contacted the local authorities to open an investigation. All staff and members of the troupe consented to search and interviews. The theater troupe may come to you with access requests. The members of the troupe have been put through the same screening process you and I have, so they are more than welcome to any resources they need. On the off chance you do see something out of the ordinary, give me a call. Until I can rule out a shipping error, we're not pointing fingers in any direction, but still, keep an eye out for any red flags. I'll do my best to return quickly, but until I do, it's up to you to keep the wheels from falling off the wagon and get the exhibit ready for opening night. Make use of my office to catch up on any information related to our exhibits and processes. Oh my gosh. Oh, look. Oh my gosh.
Still have to do that. Still can't check that. Can't check that. Can't check. That's done.
There you go. Oh, she doesn't say it's locked. Fake. Oh, okay. So from to the Phineas Cultural Center. Jewelry set in travel box, gold necklace and earrings. Sorry, this wing is closed for renovation. What do you mean? Today, Greek statues from antiquity are known for their classical natural marble look, but when the sculptures were originally displayed over 2,000 years ago, They were anything but white. Carved marble of all kinds, including sculptures and temples, was painted in bright shapes and patterns. Though the colors have now faded or visibly disappeared, researchers are sometimes able to determine the original paint colors and designs using ultraviolet lights, infrared and X-ray spectroscopy tests. The reproductions here often offer a glimpse of the vivid world of ancient Greece. That is interesting. It says sorry, this one is closed for renovation, but I have no idea. Oh, it's like behind this curtain. Behind this curtain. That's why they were like, oh yeah, it's not that our museum is small as fuck. It's just that the rest of the museum is closed. Okay, so this is easy to miss.
This could be helpful.
Temple architecture. Okay, we can create our temple now. We can do the creation of the temple.
Looks like the temple is already designed. I just have to build it.
With this. Okay, so we can do the setting. So it's here, right? Colorful panoramic band. So this one, the volute ornament. So this one, double hall. So this one, and animals above the cornice. So this one, it has animals. Did I get everything here? Oh. Feel like that it would be. What? Hold on a sec. Honor the hunt. Lofty side to honor the hunt. This one? What does it mean, lofty? Lofty? Really? Artemis Temple. Like, okay. I thought the forest would be a lofty side.
Next temple.
4 to end. Yeah. Square abacus. So the abacus is this one. Like this. Bustling agora. Abstract gable, which would be Yep. Greek architecture, not my strong suit. Musical dedication. Oh, that would be my boy Apollo, right? Where is he? Oh, there. Metopes. Metop. Oh yeah. Okay, so this one. I'm just gonna what? Oh, there you go. I wasn't sure about abstract. That is Apollo's temple.
Building temples is easy when Nancy Stonemason Drew is on the case.
Oh my gosh, Nancy, I would rather you don't say anything more. So we have water, wisdom. Wait, fifth wisdom. So it would be Athena, right? So acanthus leaves. That's those weird looking leaves. And we have the mortals over here. Pretty sure the freeze is this one. On all of us. Twice as many. Yeah. This one. Yeah. I don't know why Athena's temple would be by the sea. I'm not gonna question it. Easy.
Can't check, haven't, can't check, that's, haven't done, can't check, haven't done, still have, did that.
There you go. Yeah, we made it.
Nancy, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to meet you in person.
Oh, that's okay. Is something wrong?
Yes, something is very wrong. Some of our exhibit pieces have gone missing.
Are they lost or?
Stolen. I don't know. And frankly, it doesn't matter. The pieces in question, they're worth millions. If I can't recover them, our doors are as good as closed.
I'm here for you. Anything you need.
Oh, thank you. A lifetime of thank yous. I still need you to do the job we brought you on for, and you'll find everything you need for that in the office. But more importantly, I need you to be my eyes and ears.
Does that mean you think we're dealing with theft?
I really hope not, but we can't rule that out.
But you're worried.
I am.
Okay, why's that?
The pieces we lost never arrived. They were on the shipping invoice, but they were not in the crate.
Is that common?
It could be a simple mistake, or it could be someone changed the invoice to buy enough time to smuggle the jewelry out. I'm tracking down both possibilities. That's why I need you here.
You got it.
I'm following the paper trail now, and with luck, I'll find the error and be back tomorrow.
Oh, for real?
You worry about that. I'll take care of the museum.
Great.
Now that
You'll
you
find
mention
everything
it, I
you need in
hear
the
it.
office.
Now that you're mentioning, I hear it. I never would have made the connection until if you didn't tell me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they do sound the same. Well, a lot of voice actors, they reuse them for roles in the Nancy Drew game, so I'm not surprised, but I didn't know. Oh, for real? Oh, that's awesome.
Do you suspect that anyone in the cast took the missing jewelry?
We did at first.
But then?
The police came in, interviewed everyone, and the cast was very cooperative.
That's good at least.
Maybe.
Maybe?
They all consented to having their cars and hotels searched. The police reviewed all of the security footage and came to the conclusion that no one in the cast snuck anything out of the museum.
But you doubt this.
For all intents and purposes, they're cleared, but it just doesn't make sense. Nothing just disappears.
I should tell you, Niobe broke one of the necklace display cases.
Nancy!
She said she was trying to trace the detail work and put too much
Nancy!
pressure on the glass.
Not you
Is
snitching on
everything
Niobe.
still there?
I think so.
Well, thank Zeus for that. How did she react when you talked to her about it?
She was really upset. She actually asked me not to tell you.
Like no one would notice. These things do happen. Keep an eye on her. Mistakes happen, but a series of mistakes don't.
Got it. I'll let you go.
Goodbye.
So one of the people in the chat is friends with the voice actress. That's really cool. I always am nervous when someone announces that they know someone who worked for her Interactive or a voice actress or voice actor or someone like that, because because some people are very intense when it comes to Nesiju games, and they want to know when is the next game gonna happen? Do they have a title yet? Or do you have any tea on it? Like, what was it like? They want to know, like, insider secrets, like secrets from the inside, and they think that the voice actors would know any of these details, as if that makes any sense, but it doesn't. But some people are very intense about it. Like I saw. Yes, I'm on Facebook. Okay, leave me alone. So I am in the Facebook group, like the Nesiju Games fans Facebook group, and I saw someone post like them just harassing the social media person on her, like in her attractive IG account, like the person running the IG account of her attractive, like the person was like posting screenshots of them just like keep asking them, hey, when's the next game coming, any news about the game and all that, but like they would just like keep asking them every few days and stuff like that. And they were like, they thought that they were being very slick about this. They thought that, oh yeah, there's a Nesiju Games fans group, so they thought that people will be like, hey, yeah, like you're doing a good job, like keep asking them and all of that, but like a lot of people were like, that's pretty pathetic. Some people really need to get a some people really need to get a job, okay? Get a hobby, do something else, leave these people alone, okay? You don't need to know what it's about. It's just Melina and Xenia probably talking. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. I just realized I didn't eat a lot. I only ate just a bit, so I'm really hungry right now. I'm gonna go and heat some bread. I know I have cheesy bread upstairs. I'm gonna go and heat up the bread. Oh yeah, I didn't eat a lot. I'm gonna go get some bread, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I didn't find any bread, but I found pizza pockets, which is nice. It's actually better. It's actually better. Mm. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Nothing that explains why they thought Nancy was qualified, but okay. Oh, cute. That's a cute classmate. Pizza. Cool.
The password must be around here somewhere.
What kind of pizza?
Can't check. Still can't check. Can't check. Haven't did that. Still haven't done that.
Okay, what about... Okay, I feel like I have to call Melina for this.
Hi, Nancy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Are you kidding me? Why can't we ask her what the password is? That's stupid.
Finally! What happened back there?
Sorry, I was caught off guard from a very convincing scene from a play.
So everything is fine?
Can't say that for sure, but no one is being actively kidnapped.
Nancy, I've got a strange feeling about what's happening at the museum.
I feel the same way. Something seems a bit off.
Want us to look into everyone at the museum?
That would be great. Please do.
Consider it done. Call us back in a bit, and we'll have everything you need to know.
I might need some outside help. Do you know anything about Greek art?
You're in luck.
I am.
We'll make a call and have the book sent to you right away.
Thanks.
Nancy, just use Google. Just get a cell phone where you can Google shit on it.
What's the network?
ATAC.
Why change the name?
Apparently, the FBI doesn't like explaining that they get help from America's teens.
Ah, okay.
I don't see a "you must be this old to solve a crime" sign anywhere.
Well, there might be a law about that somewhere.
Don't care. What am I going to do with all my ATAC shirts? I have so many!
Sorry to bring up a sore point.
ATAC forever!
But really, it's the network now.
ATAC is way better. The network, like, it's so basic. Network is such a basic name. What's network? Network of what? No, ATAC forever. Yeah, we need to make a mental note about this puzzle.
What have you guys been up to?
The usual. Adventures, globetrotting,
Business school.
on the side.
Are you thinking of leaving the mystery game behind?
No, I'm working on a project.
You are going to freak when you find out.
Joe,
I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Interesting.
it's no big deal, really, but I don't want to jinx it.
Okay, I have to say one thing.
0 things is a better option.
You're going to love it.
It involves me?
I can't say.
It's way
Networking,
down the
girl.
road, but for now, I'll just wait until Joe accidentally tells everyone.
Me too.
Bye-bye.
Later.
I relate with Joe so much. I'm so bad at surprises. Even if it's like I'm the one organizing it, it's a surprise. I cannot keep my own secrets. It needs to be out there. It needs to be out there.
Can't check. Haven't done that. Can't check that off yet.
Okay, let's go. Oh,
Can you
someone's
do me a
back.
favor?
Sure, what do you need?
Niobe wants to make a high-resolution image of the items in the coin display.
What for?
She has this montage plan for when Demeter is bargaining with Hermes. She'll offer him money, jewels, none of which will work, obviously, but we wanted to project the image.
Okay, how can I help?
See if your boss will let us get a closer look. Obviously, we'll follow protocol to the letter.
What can you tell me about Gregor?
I like him. I know he's the type to flatter. I know it's self-serving to listen to him when he tells me I'm gorgeous and brilliant. But you know what? I can use the emotional junk food some days.
It seems like a lot of work went into production. Why only one show?
One show? Who said that?
Niobe.
Poor Niobe. I bet she wishes it was just one. She's so scared, all she sees is opening night. We're here the whole week.
What made you interested in ancient Greece?
I guess if I had to pick an answer, I'd say the ancient Greeks.
Okay, fair answer. It seems a little strange that there are only 4 people in the entire cast and crew.
A good stage director doesn't cast herself, but I understand Persephone.
Okay, how?
I was this happy girl, and one day I fell into this vast sadness. I got out of it, but just like Persephone, I know it will come back for me, even on my best days.
I definitely see you have a personal connection with Persephone.
Crack addiction.
But what happens if there's a problem during the performance and you're all on stage?
I don't like to think about that.
I was this happy girl, but then I discovered crack. And there's this empty sadness. I got out of it, of my addiction to crack. Man, I know it'll come back even on my best days.
How's it going?
I'm putting out fires.
Anything major?
I hope not. Can you check in with Gregor for me? I need to know if he's actually staying on top of his work.
Sure.
Thank you, from the bottom of my overly stressed heart.
Goodbye.
Talk to you later.
That reminds me, I started watching this Adult Swim old TV show from Adult Swim. It got canceled, like it was a while ago. But someone uploaded all the episodes on YouTube. I started watching this TV show called Church Oral. I think it's Church Oral or Moral Oral, something. I think it's Moral Oral, and it's like a satire of religion or religious fanatics. And one of the episodes is so funny. It's like the guy, the little kid. He takes lessons very literally. So he learned that you have to you do not waste your money. You do not waste anything, and to help out the poor. Did I finish FLDS? Shit, wait. What's FLDS? Hold on, remind me. What is a FLDS? Why does this sound... Oh, yes, I did. I finished it. I don't want to talk about it. So Oral, he takes lessons very seriously. It's very like he's very like really into religion, and so he takes the lessons very seriously and literally. So he was working, and he came back home, and he saw like this guy. He looks like homeless and everything, and he's like, oh yeah, the pastor told me that I have to help out the poor, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give him my money. So he gave him the money, and this guy, it was like, oh my gosh, what can I do to what can I do, like, in exchange for this money? And he's like, no, I just God taught me to help out the needy and the poor, so here you go, take this money. And this guy was like, oh, that is so nice of you, here, I insist, take this bag. And inside, well, at that time he didn't know it was crack. At that time, Oro didn't know that it was crack, but it was. And he was like, you know what? God also told me not to waste. So I'm gonna take it and use it. And that's how he started smoking crack. And mind you, it's an 11-year, he's supposed to be 11 years old. But like, he started to shoot crack. And his parents didn't figure out for a while. Yes, this 11-year-old started to shoot crack. It was so funny.
I need your help fixing the fly system, since you broke it.
Reasonable. How do I do that?
Just check the tablet.
Do you know anything about the stolen art?
Too much.
Why's that?
When it went missing, the police had a long talk with all of us.
That's news to me.
We didn't want it to become a bigger deal than it needed to be. We all agreed to answer their questions. Melina turned over the tapes, and we turned over our keys and let them search our hotels and cars.
So if you're all here, it's safe to assume they didn't find anything.
I got the sense it was just a formality searching us.
What drew you to ancient Greece?
Greece cultivated the thoughts and ideas that shaped the Western world, which Rome then conveniently sold door to door at the pointy end of a spear. Still, I love the gods, though. Imagine living in their shadows. So much drama took place on Olympus. I guess the Pantheon was the first theater troupe in a way.
Greece certainly has a very impressive cultural history.
I know. I haven't even gotten to the music or the food.
You're telling me I'll probably gain a few pounds during my visit here.
Only a few? On the behalf of the people of Greece, I'm insulted. If I had a big Greek family, I'd invite you for food and arguments, and singing at the end.
That would be nice.
Wouldn't it? I'll make it happen one day. You'll see.
Ooh, Greek food.
Why do you think Xenia keeps making your role bigger?
Would you stay out of my things?
Okay.
I have no idea, honestly.
Maybe she just likes keeping you busy.
I have to go.
Oh my gosh. Did we offend someone already?
Still have to can't check that off yet. Can't check that off yet.
Okay, well, we can fix the fly system right now.
I need to figure out the password according to the notes.
Oh yeah, so which one was it? First, last, repeat. So first, last, first, last, first, last, first, last, first, last, first, last. There you go. Niobe rules. Need to drop in to make sure Niobe is following all of the rules IRT replica work. We will require the correct documentation. Just spent a few hours with the detectives. They're talking to each of us about the missing artwork. I convinced them, the team, it will all go faster if we gave the okay to search our vehicles, hotels, and homes. Hopefully we can get the show back on the road as soon as possible. I don't like talking to the police. Be the coffee cup. All cleared. Obviously, all of our time cards and entry and exits are accounted for. And obviously, the searches for our personal spaces yielded nothing. Tunnel wasn't angry just the same, but I don't care. Looks like we're back to our schedule. Melina has left to go track down the pieces. Supposedly we'll be getting a new liaison. We'll deal with that as needed. Preparation for my role continues. Now I need to manage Niobe too. She's barely hanging on. I know we need her, but still, she's getting pushed further and further into the shadows. Xenia's wrong about hiring someone that fragile. Dead wrong. I'll do what I can to make it work, but if she can't perform, we've got bigger problems than embarrassment to worry about. Plutus casting sheet prepared. Even if they rip the red stitching in my back, no one will ever suspect the truth behind the sheet and read between those lines. And why are you saying this here? Why is he... Oh my gosh. Oh, he's also very bad. Oh my gosh.
I need to counterbalance the weights to the production settings.
Oh god. Okay, so we have to balance the lift, okay. The stylo bait would be... That's the base, right? Not sculpture, tempo base. So 80. Let's just put 80 here like this for now. The entablature. Which is this whole top over here? Which would be 60. And we have peristyle over here, which is peristyle is peristyle decorative inner courtyard. Inner courtyard. Not the porch. Decorated inner courtyard. Oh, decorated inner courtyard. Oh, okay, so that will be 120. That makes sense. So that would be 80. And then 40, 120. Plinth? Plinth, that is strong enough for full weight of the sculptures placed on them. So sculpture base. That would 40. Pediment is the the triangle. So 80. And portico would be portico, the porch. Porch is a 100. So 30. 50. Wait, how much was it? Okay, so 100. Okay, so 80, 50, 70, 90, and then...
Got it. Now
Oh
we've
my
agreed we'll
gosh!
talk to-
Wait! Hold on! Good thing that I am streaming this, cause how did I never even had to change anything I just did. Like I never had to switch weights between them. I just did it in one shot. Oh my gosh, I'm so boss. Sometimes I'm just so boss, you know? Oh god. He left his
This
stuff.
must be the red stitching Gregor mentioned on his tablet.
Oh yeah, it's the same shit over here.
Plutus? That's not a character in the Persephone story.
Oh, for the world of Plutus. We'll be reading Broken Vase, the Tale of the Seven Coins. Awaiting Victory, we'll be reading The Empty Pitcher. History is Green Jewel, Frozen Warrior, Stone God. Audience spots will be given on a first-come, first-served basis should any applicant be unable to fulfill all aspects of the actor agreement. Ooh. No, it's pure skill. It's pure skill. Oh! Tartarus in the underworld. Following their death, souls had to pay an obelisk coin to the Fairman Charon for passage across the river Acheron. On the far side of the river, they arrived at the gates of the underworld, which were guarded by the three-headed dog Cerberus. After passing through the gates, souls wandered the underworld until they stood before Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Icos, judges of the dead. Once the soul was judged, they could either enter the gates up to Elysium if they had lived an exemplary life, or Tartarus if they needed to atone for their transgressions. The condemned souls, guarded by the 100-handed Hecatoncheirus giants, labored over the punishments in Tartarus. King Sisyphus, for his trickery and lies, was made to roll a boulder up a hill, only to see it come rolling back down just before reaching the top every time. The husband murdering denied this, futilely toiled carrying water in a leaky basin. Tantalus was a man invited to dine with the gods, but he stole their nectar and ambrosia to share with other mortals. He was sentenced to spend eternity in Tartarus, up to his neck in water, with a tree fruit blowing tantalizingly just out of reach at any time he tried to reach for one. Deep within the pit of Tartarus was a prison which held the elder gods, the Titans. Led by Cronus, the Titans had ruled the earth until Cronus' son, Zeus, ignited a rebellion against them. With his allies, including the Hecaton, and wielding his lightning bolts, Zeus defeated and imprisoned all the Titans who had fought against him except Atlas. Zeus punished Atlas by forcing him to hold the world on his shoulders. Interesting. Okay, so what was it? 18355.
This must be the control to the lift.
Hell yeah! Okay, is he back? No, he's not back. Can we talk?
Hi.
How long have you been touring?
On and off for a while. This is my first time directing, but I've been acting since the day I was born. Who hasn't?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alright, what about this bitch right here?
I have a favor. Can you
I-
help me get a closer look at some of the locked up pieces?
Okay, I'll ask.
Thanks.
Okay, you're not asking me to go away now to return home? Go
Do
back
you
to
know
your
much
country?
about Greek mythology?
Here, take this, you'll love the myths. They're full of the most amazing insanity. I'm glad we don't live in that world, for the most part.
Damn! Interesting.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. The Greek gods, for the most part, the Greek gods were no joke. Like, they are absolutely insane. When it comes to Greek gods, so the Greeks did not like they are very religious, but like it's very much intertwined in their culture, like in a way that it's like to be Greek is to be religious, not honoring the Greek gods. It's just it's unheard of. Like, so every single Greek like is religious, but it's like very intertwined to their culture. There's no religious hierarchy. There's no very little fear of eternal damnation. There's no thing like sin or redemption. There were no priests really. It's just, well, there were priests, but it's like the priests were not like, they were not expected to be examples for like the public. Like, it's very different from Christianity or other religions. The gods, the gods. Okay, so here's the thing. They are very different from the Christian God or the God from the Quran. You know, other religions where it's like, oh, the God, he was there since the dawn of time. He created the world. He's perfect in every way, and we need to, we should follow the example and just be as like not sin, like something like that. It was rare. It was not that. It was absolutely not like Christianity or other religions like this. So the Greek gods were everywhere and everything. They were in your body, they were in your head, they were in the weather, they were in the crops, everywhere. So the gods, okay, so they have like the human shaped. But they have all of our personality traits. They were like physically perfect. They are like very like hunks, like they were considered like, they have like the human shape, but they were like perfect human shape. However, they have all the human's personality traits. They were jealous, they were vengeful, they were unpredictable, they were selfish, they were cowards, they were tricky, egotistical, they were cruel, just basely against each other. It was like not the example you want to follow if you want to be a good person, let's say. They would bicker against each other, and they were not really concerned with the humans. The only time where they would be like, it's like, oh, you fucked up, you're gonna pay for this, is if a human directly disrespects them, challenges them, or does something to offend them, like stealing something from them, stuff like that. Crimes that like affected them, the gods personally. But if like a Greek person like killed another person, the gods, the Greek gods would look at me like, they wouldn't care. In a Christianity, it's like if you if you kill someone, steal from someone, stuff like that, you committed a sin, you're going to hell, shit like that. But the Greek gods, literally didn't care. Literally didn't care about the humans. It's like the only way you could get in trouble with a god is if you did something to offend them, or you're just existing and one of the gods get jealous of you for absolutely no reason and you're fucked. You could just like literally just be existing, and a Greek goddess would look at you and be like, yeah, I don't like her. She's kind of a little bit too pretty. I'm jealous. I think I'm gonna kill her. They were not the loving kindness Christian God. The reason why they were worshipped is because they were powerful, and it would be dangerous not to worship them. So they were ruling by fear. But yeah, the gods did everything. Like they did everything. Like drink, sleep, have sex, and yeah, you had to have festivals in their own honor. You had to worship them. Otherwise, they'll come for you. So yeah, basically, and oh my gosh, wait. God, I'm sorry. I hate like taking so many breaks, but I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hi, Aaron. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that. Hi. Hold on a sec. Hi, how you doing? Oh yeah, you were lurking? Nice. Nice. You loved the hearing about the facts? Thank you so much. I'm doing my best. It's very nerve-wracking doing this, like also not trying not to get Sugar, we're glad you're here. Yeah, from the Barbie Detective. Sugar, we're glad you're here. Nice. Yeah.
Did that. Haven't done
It's
that.
been very chill.
Still have to do that. Still have, can't check that. Still have, haven't, that's done. Still have to,
Yeah,
still
I have
to
like
do that.
okay, so I was invited to talk on a podcast about Labyrinth of Lies with some other people. Like I will be co-hosting. So I'm trying to play Labyrinth of Lies to refresh my memory about the game before I go on in and talk about the game. But I spent so much time just like doing the puzzle, like the jigsaw puzzles. I don't know if I won't finish this game tonight, that's for sure. But at least I was able to talk about some fun stuff, some fun facts. Do I want to read all of this? I kind of have a lot of stuff to do. If I read all of... Okay, I'm gonna read it. Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in the northern Greece, was the mythological home of the Olympians. Petty and spiteful, but possessing divine power, the gods and goddesses reigned supreme over mankind. After all the fall of ancient world, mythos was suppressed for nearly 1,000 years. Renaissance artists herald a rebirth of the Olympians, who will have remained a popular subject matter ever since. Temperamental, rash, and tyrannical in nature, Zeus ruled from his throne at Olympus with thunderbolts in hand and an eagle by his side. He was married to Hera, but numerous myths center on Zeus's seduction of other women, both goddesses and mortals. Though disloyal to his wife and mistresses, he honored his family and numerous offsprings. He was also responsible for the weather, which reflected his current mood. The Olympics were held annually in his honor. I don't know. I feel like this book is not really portraying Zeus. Portraying Zeus in the realist light. They are like being a little PG. Being a little PG because, let's be real, all these people are terrible. All these people are very, very terrible. Absolutely gross. Especially Zeus. So yeah, I wouldn't say this book is really... They are really trying to see the good sides of them. Hera, as Zeus's wife, was a queen of the gods, but also the goddess of marriage and childbirth. Hera was often associated with a cow, representing the motherly nature and nurturing aspect of childbirth. She was extremely jealous of Zeus's philandering ways, keeping tabs on her husband and persecuting his mistresses and their children with Zeus. It is said she placed the 100 eyes of Argus onto the tail feathers of a peacock to help her keep watch. Despite their difficulties, the two gods remained married, symbolizing the strength and importance of marriage in the ancient Greek world. Aphrodite was one of the most widely worshipped goddesses. She led women into adultery on a chariot drawn by doves, but also encouraged faithfulness and chastity. There are two versions of Aphrodite's birth. In one, she's the personification of physical love as the daughter of Zeus and the nymph Dione. In the other, she is a personification of sacred love, rising fully grown out of the sea, daughter of the defeated Uranus. And images of each aspect mix up two of the most famous art pieces in the world, Alexandros of Antioch's Venus de Milo and Botticelli's Birth of Venus. Oh yeah, where did I see that? When I went to, which museum did I go to, and I saw the Birth of Venus, the actual painting. I don't remember which. Hold on, where did I see it? Was it in Rome? I think it was in Rome. I'm not sure. It wasn't my favorite piece of art. My favorite would still have to be the Medusa's shield. That one was like my favorite one. Apollo is the god of the sun, patron of the fine arts and music, and younger brother to twin brother to Artemis. One myth states he escaped the island of Delos by turning into a dolphin and swimming back to the mainland. The temple of Delphi was dedicated to Apollo, where it was believed he spoke through his sacred oracle, the Pythia. A figure of great beauty, Apollo was often depicted with a seven-winged lyre in his hand. Nevertheless, he was unlucky in love and never married. Ares was one of the least popular Olympians among both the Greeks and the immortals, neither of whom relished the idea of war and violence for which he stood. Oh yeah. Well, he was worshipped by soldiers, but even then, there was not a lot of temples for Ares. Like, no one... he wasn't really, yeah, it is true. He wasn't as popular as the others. He was typically depicted in armor and with a helmet and shield, holding a spear or sword. Magpies and vultures were sacred to him, and he was followed by his attendants, discord, strife, and panic. Artemis, virgin goddess and older twin sister of Apollo, Artemis watched over women in childbirth and was associated with the moon. She preferred the wilderness to cities and actively avoided the company of men. Actively, yes, to say the least. Her main temple at Ephesus in Asia Minor was one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, typically portrayed with her bow and an arrow in hand. She was also frequently accompanied by one of her hounds or a stag deer. Athena, the patron goddess of Athens, Athena is said to have given the gift of the olive tree to Greece. Athena sprang fully grown from Zeus's head and at times was even allowed to wield his thunderbolts. In her golden helmet and with her owl by her side, she watched over the military and was a protector of heroes. She was also a patroness of the creative arts, including spinning and weaving. Demeter was a goddess of corn and harvest, agriculture and country life, and was a central figure in the myth which explains the seasons. Also identified as Rhea, Gaia, and Egypt's Isis, Demeter was usually depicted wearing a crown made from ears of corn, with a light torch and or cornucopia in one hand and a papillon in the other. Though a member of the Olympian pantheon, she preferred to stay on Earth. The Eleusinian mysteries honoring Demeter's gift of agriculture was the most important religious celebrations in ancient Greece. Oh. Generally depicted as young and effeminate with a thyrsus and a wreath of ivy, Dionysus was the only Olympian to have a mortal mother. In addition to wine, he was a patron god of theater and taught craft cultivation and beekeeping to the mortals. Dionysus was seen as benevolent, light-hearted, and sympathetic, and rewarded his followers lavishly. Dionysus was predominantly faithful to his wife Adrienne and uncommonly trained among the Olympians. In ancient Greece, the underworld consisted not only of the dead but everything underground, including valuable gems and minerals. Hades ruled over it all. Tending to remain within his realm, he was not very involved with other Olympians and mortals. Hades was portrayed as an unattractive god, cold and merciless, unable to woo any goddess to become his queen. This led to an abduction of Persephone. According to the mythos, it was either Hades or Hephaestus who occupied one of the thrones at Mount Olympus. The only Olympian was ugly and lame. Oh no, Hephaestus created unparalleled metalwork for the gods, including Hades' helmet of invisibility and Zeus's lightning bolts. Zeus promised Hephaestus any goddess to take as a wife. When Hephaestus' first choice, Athena, refused, he wed Aphrodite, but it was not a happy match. Aphrodite carried out a blatant affair with Ares. Hephaestus was usually depicted working at his forge with his hammer raised overhead. Ooh. Hermes was the messenger of the gods, a well-known trickster. He also acted as the psychopomp, a conductor of dead souls to the underworld. On the day he was born, he invented the lyre, which he later gave to Apollo. In return, Apollo gave Hermes a special staff, and the two became fast friends. The staff has its winged top and two snakes intertwined around it. It was known as Caduceus. Hermes was generally depicted carrying his Caduceus and wearing a short cape, winged cap, and winged sandals. The eldest of the Pantheon's original Olympians, Hestia, gave her throne to Dionysus to keep the peace. She remained on Mount Olympus, tending the hearth at the palace. She was the only Olympian who did not become involved in any wars or disputes, earning her the respect of her fellow gods and goddesses. Wooed by Poseidon and Apollo, Hestia turned down both, vowing to remain a virgin instead. She was typically depicted holding a flowered branch or kettle. Poseidon was portrayed as a dark and dangerous god, reflective of his difficulties of sea travel. With control over not only the sea, but all waterways, he had more power than any god except Zeus. Typically seen in a shell chariot carrying his trident, Poseidon was said to have created the first horse. He fought frequently with the other gods, most notably when he vied unsuccessfully against Athena and for patronage of Athens. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of reading. Sorry if I don't seem enthusiastic. I've been doing a lot of reading
haven't done that.
on the subject.
Still have to do that.
So
can't check that. Can't check
it
that
feels
off yet.
very
Can't check that off yet. Still have to do that. Did that.
I've been doing a lot of reading prior to this stream, so it feels all redundant.
How was the flight?
Couldn't tell you. I slept right through.
Slept on a flight? What witchcraft is this? She's a witch! Burn her!
Hi, Joe.
I do not consort with witches.
Our in-flight movie was about Salem, and apparently Joe took away the wrong lesson.
How have I lived this long without knowing how fun reckless accusations are?
Anyway, how's Greece?
Well, I'm having a bit of a problem.
Perhaps you should try stepping into water and letting me know if you float.
I'll add that to the list.
Oh my gosh! Hi Veronica, not even a hello, hi, how are you? Just like coming in and like asking me a question. Really? I'm kidding. How are you doing? 869. Let's see here. What is the worst defense anyone could ever use after wronging another human being? Oh my gosh. What is the worst defense anyone could ever use after wronging another human being? It depends on the wronging, though. It's my coping mechanism. I was drunk. That's any types of excuses, to be honest. Any types of excuses instead of like just acknowledging and just apologizing. Oh my gosh. It's my... Honestly, it depends on the wronging. It depends on what did they do, but in general, I would say the worst one would be, in my defense, that's how I am. In my defense, you know, this is just how I am. Take it or leave it or something like that.
Have you been able to look into the entire cast?
Yeah, you're dealing with something really serious here.
Tell me more.
That's the thing. We're
Helping
not sure.
people's what I'm all
First
about.
red flag
Oh
is
my
the
gosh!
As in, where is everyone?
We reached out to them.
Welcome! Welcome! Oh my gosh. How's it going? Sparkly Raid! How are you doing? Hi, my life is Thorn. Hi, Sparkly Kiss. I don't have... Oh my gosh, I feel so sad I don't have any sound alerts on right now. That means I have to work on it at some point. How are you doing? What were you playing? Dream Daddy? I haven't played this game in so long. I don't even remember. I think I romanced one daddy. I don't remember which one though. I wanted to do a second one, but then like there was so much reading. So I was like, one daddy is enough. Shaker, we're so glad you're here. Well, oh my gosh. The teacher? Who? Oh my gosh. Not the teacher. I literally don't remember who I romanced, to be honest. I can't... It'll take a while before I jump back into it. There's so much reading. And I'm already playing... I'm already playing an Ace Attorney. Anyway, since you're here, so it's a raid. Oh, when Malik Snader raided earlier, I forgot to do the Trivial Pursuit. I'm so mad at myself. Oh, it has a skip button. I didn't even remember. Anyway, Sparkly, do exclamation point spin for the question, the Trivial Pursuit question. Double for Malik's next time, no worry. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a purple, it's a pink one, which is binge worthy. All right, are y'all ready for the question? Here we go. What explosive AMC drama did Mythbusters test the scientific accuracy of in a series of experiments? What explosive AMC drama did Mythbusters test the scientific accuracy of in a series of experiments? Yes, you got it! Sparkly, you got it. It's Breaking Bad. Adam and Jamie proved that some of it actually held up. There you go. Sparkly is very cultured. Sparkly is a very cultured person. Yeah, so I'm giving a point to Sparkly. Here you go. See, look, Sparkly already had 3. Now they have 4. Now they have 4 points. Hold on. Here you go. This is all the people got points so far. You used to watch a lot of Mythbusters? I never watched Mythbusters. I heard about them, but I never watched it. Did one of the cast members they died of cancer? I heard. I wasn't familiar with them, but I heard. Either that or Walking Dead. Oh my gosh. Also another thing I never watched, Walking Dead. I don't even know. Is it worth it or not? I tried to watch Walking Dead the first season and then I got tired of it. Yeah, I'm never winning at trivia. I'm never winning at trivia. Aw, Grant. Aw.
Network to see if we could track down any of the workers who left.
No one would talk?
No one could be found.
Oh.
Keep quiet on that until we figure out what's happening.
We can fill you in on everyone at the museum, but these are dangerous people. You have to tread lightly.
Oh, thank you so
Tread
much
lightly.
for
She's so bad at that.
for
Thanks, Joe.
hanging out.
Sorry.
Blue.
Just be careful. Something big is
Have a
happening.
good night. Oh yeah, I've been like info dumping on ancient Greeks for so long. Like I talked, I read, I'm starting to get very dizzy.
What did you find out about Gregor?
Did you notice anything about his Greek accent?
What Greek accent?
Right? He's an American, and Gregor is not his name.
Really?
Really?
So, who is he?
He may be an actor, like he says. We can't figure out why he changed his name.
But we did find out a bit about his past.
Yeah, just no problem.
What's his story?
Pretty sad, actually. He's an only child. His parents died when he was really young.
He grew up completely alone.
In and out of foster care until he aged out of the system.
It may explain the assumed name.
Right. Maybe the name has some meaning.
Right.
Night,
Could be a
Blue.
stage name.
Like a nom de plume, but for actors.
Or it could be something more serious.
Like a nom de guerre.
Unlikely. Either way, we'll look into it.
Oh my gosh. Wait, honestly, I don't know. Here's the thing. Except for maybe Hestia, or a few more people, a few more Greek gods, it's like all of them are pretty terrible. They've done some very terrible stuff. So I'm like, I don't know if I would compare Nancy to any of these people. Hestia is the most tame one. Hestia is the most like, oh no, I am gonna lead a very normal, non-violence, very drama-free life. Every god is so petty, is so violent, is so jealous, is so... Every bad shit in the book is... Like, the Greek gods are, like, so bad.
Did you find anything out about Xenia?
She seems to be more or less who she says she is.
We know she's from New York.
She grew up around a lot of artists and professors and the like.
He'd be a poet or a
Looks like she was
philosopher?
put in contact with the production's organizers and jumped at the chance to direct.
That seems reasonable.
It does, but we're gonna keep looking.
The dots connect.
Oh, yeah.
Who
It's
knows
just
if we're
the
seeing all
Greek
the
gods
dots?
are, like, 100%
I know that
worse.
feeling.
They are, like, jealous, petty, all of that, but, like, times 100. It's like all the bad qualities on steroids. And here's the thing: if a tragedian made a play and the actors play God and they were depicted as like cowards or thieves or jealous or whatever and all of that, the Greek gods, like, they don't fear like those gods would get mad at them, because the gods would look and be like, haha, true, I did do that, I did kill that person out of pettiness.
What can you tell me about Niobe?
She is an amazing artist.
Yeah?
Well, she was. I saw a few of her pieces at
Oh
the
yeah,
Met.
Zeus is the
Stunning.
worst.
Her painting spoke to my soul.
I didn't know you were a fan of painting.
Nance, I'm more cultured than Greek yogurt.
He's been saving that one.
I have. I was toying with Euro puns for a while, but I couldn't figure out if it was Euro or Hero or Gyro. So I moved to tzatziki for a while, and that was a dead end. Now Saganaki...
Reeled in, buddy.
Right. Her work is abstract, but not.
How so?
The docent told me that under each abstract painting is a photorealistic painting.
Huh?
She paints over her work. She replaces the painting with the feeling of the painting. The amazing thing is that you can sense it. You know what's there.
Like in the... I just finished reading the book, the Greek mythology book in the game, and in the Zeus section, they were like, oh, Zeus was known to, seduce women and other goddesses, like doing this and that, but at least he was doing good this and that, and I was like, oh my gosh, this book is trying to stay as PG as it can, but there's nothing PG about Zeus.
If Niobe's such a talented artist, why is she acting?
The part Joe left off is likely the reason. Her career is steeped in controversy.
In what way?
She was accused of art forgery, but it's not true.
If you think
You
about
don't
it,
want
they
it to be
never
true.
mention
Of
rape in
course
this
I don't.
game.
But the docent I met said what happened to her was a tragedy. I mean, he looked like he was going to cry just by thinking about it.
What happened?
He wouldn't say. All he said is her paintings will never bear her name. Apparently, everyone knows she's lost all credibility in the art world, but no one seems to know why.
I'll watch her from a distance for now.
Do you think Melina could be involved with the missing artwork?
An inside job. Wouldn't be the first time.
You should talk to her, see what she says.
That's always so hard to do, but comes with the territory, I guess.
It's all in the tone of voice.
Is that so?
Yeah, check this out. Are you the type of terrible person who steals?
And this works?
Not at all.
Just be direct.
And if she gets upset, just say,
Yes.
take it away, Frank. That's what I say, at least.
I found an odd list in Gregor's bag.
Oh, there
That's
you
where
go.
I keep an odd list.
What's it say?
It's a list of names.
I guess that's odd. All lists are odd, come to think of it.
Read me the names.
There you go.
Mikhail Dimitrov, Grant Nagy, Etienne Martin, Kurt Mueller, Emma Portnoy, and Kostas Bezos.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, they... Okay. So... This book right here. Zeus. Numerous myths center on Zeus' seduction of other women, both goddesses and mortals. Though disloyal to his wife and mistresses, he honored his family and numerous offspring. He was also responsible for the weather, which reflected his current mood. The Olympics were held annually in his honor. Book, what do you mean? What do you mean? Honored his family and numerous offspring. Honored his family and numerous offspring. What? This book is lying. This book is making Zeus look better than he is. Of course, they never mention the word rape in it in this game. But like, let's be real. Let's be real. It's at least a Taco Bell locations in Greece. Oh shit! Hell yeah! Make Greek food? No. One McDonald's location. Oh my gosh. I have these Mexicanaki cheese with the make pistachio. Oh my gosh. I only eat my food on fire. Oh my gosh. I want someday, like not now, I wanna like look up all the menus from all the McDonald's or like fast foods in other countries to see the differences. I'm sure there's a list somewhere that could help me out. That could like provide with me like the menus. Is it there like... Okay, so McDonald's didn't do really well in Vietnam, but I saw like screenshots of like the menu from Vietnam, the McDonald's. Did they have like pho in there at some point? I could be wrong though. Not Greek tacos.
How are things going?
Can I get a key to the coin display?
You'll need to open the filing cabinet first. The key to the filing cabinet is hidden inside the box with the animal figurines. Pair up the animals with the images so the animal and image pair represent the same god.
You got it.
I know you weren't brought here for this, but I need you to learn about provenance.
As in verifying the authenticity of the art?
You're as sharp as they say. That's it.
Isn't that normally left to the experts?
Generally, yes, but
oh my gosh.
If we're dealing with theft of any kind, I need you to become an expert.
Instantly?
Unfortunately, but you'll come to it naturally.
I'm flattered, but what makes you say that?
You will find that it's like solving a mystery, which I hear you're pretty good at home.
I'll do my best.
Proving provenance is a classic whodunit. You look at a vase or a painting and you follow the clues to see
who gosh.
done it. Who painted or sculpted or chiseled the work in
Nancy
question.
Just like eating
when you put it that way, I
in the
think
corner.
I'm comfortable with the methodology.
Not a gyro taco.
You'll find what you need on the computer. Naomi
but yes.
may be able to help you.
But yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But I hate this is what it took to tell us how to open the filing cabinet, because she wouldn't give us she wouldn't give us.
Can't check that off yet. Haven't done that. Still have can't check. Still have to. Haven't done that. Haven't done that.
Like in order to, she asked us to prove provenance, but you need to access the computer, but you need the password. But you needed to ask about the coin, borrowing the coin, in order for her to tell you how to open the cabinet in order to get the password to the computer. It's all a mess. It's all a mess. Speaking of... Wait, hold on a sec, y'all. Y'all just like going on about food, and now I wanna look up food. I wanna look up Greek food. is I never had. Wait, y'all, has anybody ever had Has anybody ever had like this fish like like the borbonia or the red mullet or the zefias, which is a swordfish? Apparently they like it's like it's apparently it's a big thing in Greece, like this the like the fish, like swordfish or the red mullet. Oh my gosh, now Uber Eats. Oh my gosh. Well, everybody knows about the souvlaki, right? And there's the gyro, but yeah, everybody knows about the gyro as well. What I didn't know is they have the okay, so they mentioned the saganaki. Most people would know what a saganaki is, but it's like this cook in a small frying pan. It's like it's cheese cooked in a small frying pan. So it looks so good. I've never had it, but damn. The old school Greek fish sauce. Ooh. Honestly, like okay, the another one, which is the moussaka. They have moussaka. There's also the bavlaka. Wait, but it's like a Turkish. It's a Turkish word. It's very smelly, but it tastes delicious. I've never had saganaki, honestly. And here's the thing, I have been so many times in Greek restaurants, but I've never bothered to get saganaki. I am very disappointed in myself.
Can't check that. Haven't done that.
The durian of cheese. I would eat smelly cheese every day.
I need to match the animals to the correct symbol.
Every day, every day. Every day. Shit, hold on. No, not this one. So... What? Is that an eagle? Is that the eagle? Yeah. Okay, so the peacock. So that would be shit, is a cow. Aphrodite, this is Aphrodite, so that would be the dove. Is that a dove? Apollo is shit. I don't think. No wait, air is, that's a magpie. Over here. Dolphin. Artemis is the stag deer, so this has to be the owl. Great security right here. Stinky cheese is worth the risk. Hell yeah! Xenia, you can't start the performance until you can make a necklace out of seashells. Oh my gosh. You can tell it's a dove because it's a plump pigeon friend. Oh my gosh. goat cheese and chilled. Oh, that's what I want to do. Oh my gosh. Big Island Mike. In 5 minutes, I want to see you try Clarotarian.
These must be the tags for the display.
I hate that she asked me to do this, but she doesn't tell me how to open the file cabinet until now. Until I ask her. This is gonna be a point of contention for the rest of the game, or for the rest of my life. I'm gonna be salty about this for a long time, just so you know. Did I... Wait, hold on. Did I ever finish talking about wine culture with the Greeks? Did I ever finish? I feel like I never finished. They have like this, they have this game. I never finished talking about the symposium. I didn't even mention that they would have games there. One of the, like, most of the games you need to be familiar with literature. For example, they had this game where they would have these, they would quote this line of poetry, and the next person has to say like another quote, but it has to so you have to quote a line of poetry that begins with the same letter as the letter that had ended the line previously quoted. So I don't know if I'm explaining correctly. So let's say like someone says a quote and it ends with the word joy, and you have to say a line of poetry that starts with the word joy. Why do I have to ask Melina to open the file cabinet? Why is Melina? Welcome, my dear expert in training. Your crash course begins now. Fuck. Nah. I don't wanna.
Looks like I'll need a unique password to access the archives.
Bish didn't even tell me the password. Do I have to do everything here?
I need to assign seats according to everyone's requests.
Melina can wait. Oh my gosh. You wanna restream this game while eating a bag of chips? Oh my gosh. How long did it take you to finish this game, Joe? Okay. Fuck. It's like midnight right now. My brain cannot. Manos wants 4 tickets. D3 wants 6. Adamu wants 4 L. Man needs all the handicap seats. Okay, so we know that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Oh, okay, not. Wait, no, not like. Okay. He wants 4 tickets, but like all of them has to be handicapped. Got it. Wants all front row best seats possible. Wants as many discount seats available first, and then standard seats. Miles only one prime seating. Prime is blue, right? Oh, okay. There you go. We have all the Manos one. Lily's wants 3 VIP seats, and the remaining seats together in prime. Okay, together, so it has to be these 3 VIP, so that would be green. Is it like this? What do I do? To use 6 parts? Wait, is that 6? That's not 6 hours. How long is the one part? How long is one part? Yeah, if you step go, what are you doing, step? You'll add it. Oh my gosh, I spent so. I feel like I shouldn't have done all of the jigsaw puzzles because I spoke so much that now my brain is hurting. My brain is hurting so bad right now. Okay, well, Adamu wants 4 aisle seats. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That makes sense. Is there all front row seats, best seats possible? Okay, hold on. Vacros wants as many discount seats available first than standard seats. The discount one is like this, and then standard seats. Standard, so that would be the yellow, like this. So that would leave these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not fulfilled. Fuck you. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Joe, thank you so much for the 100 BDs. Wait, the music is not playing for some reason. Oh, it's probably because... Yeah, I don't have any sound alerts because my Windows just... my Windows just went kaput. Oh yeah, that scene chart is violent. 8 hours stream, 8 streams, so 16 hours. Fuck. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it. Oh, you heard it on your hand? What? No, I like the little ding sound, but like there was some music that was supposed to play. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it on time for Monday. I was cocky. I was like, oh, I'll finish it in no time. But here I am. To be fair, I don't need to read everything, but I feel the need to read everything. What did I do wrong? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so Gabriel wants all front row best seats possible. So wait, so what about like this?
All done.
Wow! I don't okay. Okay. Here comes the money. Money, money, money. Be sure to take a break if you need it and hydrate too. Only mention necrophilia once. Nightbot is
Time
so
to drop
violent.
these off in the mailbox.
Nightbot, what did I do to you, Nightbot? What have I done to you? What have I ever done to you? so not okay. Nightbot. Let's see. So wait. There you go. Wait. Oh, I can't take anything yet because I didn't take the lift. Of course. Of course!
Thank you for unlocking the display for me.
Why are you so interested in them?
The tooling marks tell a story about how they're made. For the most part, we still don't understand the full method. Bits and pieces, but that's it. I'd love to see if I can see something, anything to add to that discussion.
Oh yeah, I should save. Save. Spank me, Daddy Hades.
Are you Niobe, the famous painter?
Was.
A friend of mine is obsessed with your work.
I don't want to hear about your friend or anyone else.
I'm sorry. Did I upset you?
You did. It's not your fault, but I had to snap at you.
Why?
No one cared about my art, but they loved to look at the smoking wreckage of my career. I don't talk about that.
Okay, I respect that.
Nessie's not
I'm
gonna
starting
respect
over.
that.
I'm here. This is what I've got now.
We all know that Nessie's not gonna respect that. She's gonna pry.
Is the museum's collection the real reason you're here?
What makes you ask that? I'm supposed to be trying new things in my life. That's what everyone says. Move on. Be new. Try new things. Don't dwell.
Sorry if I offended. It just seems like a pretty rare chance to study all of this great work.
Oh, guilty. I heard different words from what you meant. I can't even begin to tell you what it's like. When I was small and the other girls were crushing on the boys, I was falling in love with Phidias. No joke. A terminal art girl from the jump. Which reminds me, in case it's contagious, I've got books for you. Learn the language and art will speak to you. If I wasn't so terrified of that nightmarish amphitheater, I'd be skipping around the place.
Everybody in this game is a honk, to be honest. Like, this is this is a little bit too good for it to be true.
What's your art background?
I completed my first piece, oatmeal on vertical plaster wall, at 6 months. It was
I want to see
magnificent. From there, it was variations on a similar theme.
So you came to it naturally?
I came to loving it naturally. The rest was a struggle. But I always loved the study, especially the old Greek masters.
Oh, thank you so much
Look
for
around the
hanging
museum.
out, Sparkly.
You're in
I
the
appreciate
presence
that.
of greatness.
Have a good night.
Art is the physical manifestation of men and women reaching across thousands of years to share their secrets. And secrets never come easy. But they also never leave your heart. They're reaching out for you, Nancy. See them and reach back.
Could an artist create an exact copy of the art on display?
Who are you trying to fool?
An expert, I guess.
Which expert?
Any expert.
That's the trick. That's why most forgery doesn't work. Each expert speaks a different language. Some are chemists. Some focus on the process until they dream in brushstrokes, patina, and lacquers. It's easy to fool one expert. Impossible to fool every expert.
Could you?
I couldn't fool any expert, let alone every expert.
Well, we all know that Nancy is the ultimate expert. We all know that.
Do you have access to much of the museum's art?
I get to study what's out and already catalogued, but I can't get at the rest.
Do you know much about proving provenance?
Sure. I have some materials for you. Here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Another book I'm not even gonna bother to. I'm not even gonna bother to read. Okay, let's put these.
This is the exact book I needed. Oh, thanks, guys.
Oh shit.
I can cross that off my to-do list now.
Ooh.
Still have can't check. Did that. That's done. Did that. Can't check that off. Haven't done that.
Oh, this feels
haven't
so
did
good.
that. Can't check that. Can't check that. Still
All
haven't
this
done. Still
time-
have to do that.
Can
Can't
you
check that off
believe
yet.
that we are... I've been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes and I still haven't met the ultimate daddy in the underworld. The bearded daddy. I spent my whole time upstairs.
Time to
Incredible.
match the correct tag to each face.
Incredible. Oh wait. So, wide mouth, round body, handles on either side. Oh yeah, we just talked about those those wine parties. It would be. Oh wait, it's this one, right? No, not the round body. What am I thinking? This one. It's not sponsored by Daddy Thanos yet. I know, right? I can't believe that I still haven't even like met Daddy Thanos. He's getting his credit card. You know, every good thing needs to wait, you know? Every good thing needs to wait. Oh, wait, oi? No, cool, cool. Taller than it is wide. With trefoil mouth. Single handle vessel. Cantaros, deep bowl with two large, high vertical tall stem foot. Okay, so wait, where's the Pixies is a small circular box with a lid. Used for storing perfume oils. Tall vertical handle on the back of the liquid for easy pouring. Tall vertical. Yeah. Lebes, deep bowl with low neck. Has neither handles or foot. Usually mounted on a stand. Oh yeah, okay. So that would be Lebes. And Lutos, tall, slim with elongate handles. And oh, I got something wrong. It's usually these two.
That's it.
I always get these two wrong. Hyped him up for me. I was like, where's this hunk? Thanks is just waiting downstairs watching TikToks. Watching Tina Bulges play Nancy Drew games. Absolutely. Thanos is my most loyal viewer.
Can't check. Still have to do check. Haven't done that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can go see him now.
This must be the spot to activate the lift.
Let's go meet Daddy Thanos.
Who would dare to enter my kingdom?
You're trying to frighten me, aren't
Daddy!
you?
Call it
How are
what
you
you will.
doing?
Well, why?
The more you know, the less you fear.
And you want me to be afraid?
I want to tend to my world and nothing more.
I'm not easily intimidated, you know.
Don't care.
He looks like he could. He looks like he could participate in Ultimate Beastmaster. Did anybody watch Ultimate Beastmaster on Netflix?
I wonder what this means. It looks like the partial section of something larger.
Like it's like American Ninja Warrior, but like it's instead of like it just being Americans, it's like people from different countries. It's like I think the first season it was like they had the US, Japan, South Korea, Brazil, and Mexico, and they had a sixth country. What was it? I forgot.
I should find supplies to make a rubbing of the
And
image.
Germany, yeah. Oh my gosh! You watched The Floor is Lava? Me and Fisher, we when we saw that season 2 of The Floor is Lava was out, I was like, oh my gosh, we watch it right now. We were waiting with anticipation for The Floor is Lava. Like we need, okay, so I think they can only have like 3 groups of 3s. So me and Fisher, we want to go on The Floor is Lava, but we need a 3rd person to come and participate with us.
Well, this definitely isn't Venice.
Oh shit! It's so good though. It's so fun. Oh my gosh! Is it because you watched The Circle? I only watched the first season of The Circle.
Looks like he needs something before he'll take me across the river.
The Circle, the premise, it was kind of like I was so confused about The Circle, so I was like, okay, I don't want to watch season 2, and everybody from The Circle was from season 2. I did, however, watch Too Hot to Handle. I did watch The Hype House, but I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so at first I was like, I don't care about The Hype House. Like, they sound kind of annoying. But I ended up liking the people from The Hype House, like the contestants on that episode. And I'm like, oh shit. Oh fuck. What? I mean, not that.
Let's see if I can pay the ferryman with this.
Honestly, it's easy to be less annoying than the people from Too Hot to Handle. Like I watched Too Hot to Handle, and I cannot stand Chase, and I cannot stand Harry. So, but god damn, I was just rooting for the Hype House people. I just want another season of Ultimate Beastmaster. Netflix, you better not. You better give me Ultimate Beastmaster again. Netflix, please. Wait,
It's locked.
Nancy said it. Oh my gosh. This whole place. Okay, we're gonna talk about this in the episode, but like this whole place. Just that's all I'm gonna say. This whole place. What is happening? They have a whole underworld, like Disney World, but underworld. It's not Disney. It's like a whole theme park under this little museum and theater. What is going on? What in the budget
I need to block
is
the
happening
dog
here?
from reaching the stars.
More beast, more master. Absolutely. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait. Oh fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Should have done that first. Oh god. My brain is not working. Say. Okay, this one is a little bit more tricky. Oh shit. Oh yeah. There you go.
All right.
This is a... what in the world is happening here?
I need to figure out how to deactivate this alarm first.
None of this would be a problem if you carried a gun, Nancy Drew.
I need to figure out what this is for before I do anything.
Do we get like an achievement or something for clicking this how many times? Wait, let me see the awards. Restorer, we got Restorer. How many times do I have to click on this to get the wannabe hero? Does anybody know? Lispania, KG, Lottery. I don't know any of this. I don't even know how to get the eggs. I never bothered. Instead of puzzles, you had to fight Cerberus in Kingdom Hearts. Nancy with a gun versus Cerberus. People have been demanding her attractive. People have been demanding. What are you doing? You're not giving what the people what they want, which is Nancy Drew with a gun versus Cerberus. Okay, well, I don't know exactly how many times, but...
And it's locked. I should carry more keys.
I don't believe you're an actor.
Pay-per-view.
Do I have to spell
Absolutely.
it out? If I don't believe you're an actor, the audience won't.
Then don't make me go on stage.
That's how this works. You have to be on stage or the whole thing falls apart.
Let me do the job you hired me to do.
Adult entertainment?
Nancy!
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry you caught us arguing. Niobe, I know you're nervous, but you promised you'd perform. We're all counting on you to do your job.
Damn. That's rough, buddy. Oh my gosh. Is there anything? Why can't we stare at this tree? I feel like this. I've always noticed you can stare at this tree for absolutely no reason. There's like no reason why you should be able to stare at this tree, but apparently you can. Oh! Oh, I can click on the branch? Wait, how do I... Damn! If Nancy had a gun, she could have shot that. She could have shot that boulder. But no, she chooses to not carry a gun. Okay, let me... I don't see where on the branches. I don't see where exactly I could click. Like I am hovering on top. Oh my gosh. That's the picture.
You had one job, Pitcher.
Pitcher!
I
What
need
are you
to
doing?
block the holes.
Oh, this is where the Easter egg is? Interesting. Speaking of vases with holes, fun fact. This will be like my last fun fact for tonight because my brain is like just over. Absolutely over. So there is this thing. It's like a vase called Water Thief. You use it in courtrooms because back in the day in courtrooms they like you didn't have any lawyers, you didn't have any
Got it. I can use this to
you
move
didn't
the water.
have how would you do in the courtroom is that the plaintiff would like talk for a certain amount of time and the defendant would talk to the jury for the same amount of time. So in order to measure make sure that each person talks the same amount of time, they would use this thing called water thief, where they have two vases of the same capacity, but one of them has a small hole on top and a big hole at the bottom with like a cork. So they would like fill the vase that has the two holes and they put it on the top, just fill it out with water, and they would put the vase like under the other vase with the water. And when it's time to start the countdown, like the judge or the magistrate or whatever would like say go, and the slave would remove the cork and the water would start pouring on the vase at the bottom. And this is the amount of time you can talk, and it goes until like there's no more water. Then it's done. Now it's the turn of the other person to talk. So yeah, fun fact. Oh my gosh.
I need to fill this pitcher first.
What?
Then I can use it to fill the tub.
I thought I did. Ace Attorney, please. I could go on about how Ace Attorney, the system in Ace Attorney is just like the worst, like for attorneys. Attorneys are like the burden of proof usually the burden of proof like falls on the person who is like the prosecutor, but like the attorney is doing all the work in Ace Attorney. Like he has to prove it feels like very much like guilty until proven innocent in the Ace Attorney world. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know if I like that. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, we made it. We made it in hell. Yeah, they are guilty until proven innocent. They literally have hell. They literally built hell. It's time to go grab some people and then throw them in the flames because hell is real. Hell is real, and it's time to start populating the place. Some person out there was like, hey, how about we make a Disney World? But it's not actually Disney World, it's a theme park, but it's the underworld. And there's a room with real fire, real burning fire and lava at the bottom. $10 the admission to go see hell for real. And you could take some photos with the Cerberus, and there will be a parade. I'm pretty sure this is not passing inspection. Why is there hell in here? Why is what I wanna know.
Oh, it's locked.
Shit, okay. Look at all these hands. Oh my gosh.
I need to stack all the individual hand tiles on the center tile.
Is this Jigsaw's place? Is this the House of Jigsaw? Come play a game with me or shit like that? What is happening here? What was a volcano? Listen. Wow. Wait, that was quick. I surprise myself sometimes with how quick I am with some puzzles. Oh my gosh. Okay, I feel like I can do this workshop puzzle.
I need to figure out the passcode before the alarm goes off.
Yes, Nancy, I get that. Oh wait, oh hold on. No, that's not. Oh my gosh! Look at this! I'm so boss! I did it in one shot. I didn't even die once. god, speed run. I know, right? I'm just so good at this. Like, I'm unbelievable. People still, to this day, speak of Tina Balducci. How she just aced Nancy Drew games just like that.
These rules seem very strict. What is Niobe up to?
Oh yeah, it's all about rules about how to do reproductions without like being too good. Yeah. Wait, I can't take them? Tab E, like that. Epsilon, Gardenia, I don't know the difference. Ooh. Shh. Oh my gosh.
I should figure out what this means first.
Okay, so did I miss anything? No, is that all? Is that all I can find here? I guess.
What are you doing?
Oh!
The remote. Give it to me.
No, I need it for my work.
Now.
Okay, Daddy.
Do not come back.
Why not?
The stage wants you dead.
What?
Can't you feel the floor is shaking? Do you know why that happens?
I assume it has something to do with the hydraulic lifts.
Not something, everything. The hydraulics are warming up for the show. The sets are not normally kept so far off the ground. They're not to be occupied unless they're locked into place on the stage.
But you're here.
I know what I'm doing, and you do not. Leave.
Damn, but I am the assistant curator. I should be allowed to go everywhere. Why is he doing this? I work here. I'm an employee.
Haven't done. Can't check that. Haven't done that. Did that. Did that. Can't check that off yet. Haven't done. Check. Can't check that. Still have to do. Check. Did that. Check. That's done. Haven't done that. Still have to do that. That's done. Can't check that off. Check.
I want to talk to the manager. Wait, the time manager is me. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do with the Greek letter paddle in the... Find a way to cross the river fire. Vine tile carving. Oh yeah. Let's go talk to everybody.
Do you like what you found in my bag?
Sorry if that was intrusive, but I'm here to keep tabs on the museum.
Oh, then let me help you. The museum is on the exterior of the bag. The interior of the bag is not the museum. Museum? Not museum.
You've made your point.
See that I have.
Nancy has some boundary issues. Everything, like, they don't matter if it's not the museum, your bag. It's her playground. Everything is her playground. Only a lot. Boundary issues.
Can you help me get down into the rest of the sets?
Why?
I'm here to help Melina. I need to be able to go everywhere.
It is far too dangerous now.
Well, he's right, but also...
But not for Thanos.
Definitely for Thanos. He just doesn't listen.
He's right. There's literally a fire hell out down there.
If it's okay for me to say so, it seems like you had a bit of a rough time growing up.
We chose to put on a Greek tragedy. But when your parents die young, it's Dickens or nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
The hard days are over. Growing up alone had its perks. It taught me how to study people. When you don't have much power, you have to know how to read people in your life.
So it was something of a survival strategy?
You could say that. Each time they put me in a new home, I'd do my research. I'd listen, watch people, feel them out. Every once in a while, I'd strike gold and find a diary.
Why?
If I liked the family, I'd do my best to be what they wanted.
You didn't want to be yourself?
I didn't think I'd be okay if I did. I figured, if you're taking in a kid, there must be something you want. I'd try to be whatever or whoever was missing from their home until they realized that never works. Not a great way to grow up, but an actor couldn't ask for finer training.
How did you get into acting?
It's not a proud story.
Are you okay telling me?
For you, dear, I'd do anything. I was discovered in the costume department.
Nothing embarrassing about that.
Stealing a warm jacket.
Got it.
It was just my luck that the director of the theater needed some extras he couldn't
needs
afford.
some help
So
from
for my
Nancy,
first gig,
the
I was paid
ultimate
in not going to
expert
juvenile lockup.
kleptomaniac.
A few keywords to leave off the resume. Why are you making copies of the art?
That's really Niobe's domain.
Did you know Niobe has a history as an art forger?
I did, and that's a very dramatic way of putting it.
Explain the difference to me.
It's the difference between cheating off a friend and robbing a bank.
Still, she did commit art forgery.
She hid behind her friend because she was timid. If you ask me, her so-called friend is the real criminal here, making millions while Niobe scrapes by.
Did I upset you earlier?
No. The show was starting to rest on my shoulders more and more. I needed to catch my breath.
What are your plans after the show?
One day, I'd like to open up a theater of my own. Maybe give back the gifts I was given.
I think that's a nice idea.
And I'd put Gregor's name on the marquee. Like I said, I'm just borrowing the name. I've been keeping it safe until I can put it where it belongs.
Why were you casting the role of Plutus?
I knew I hadn't made my point.
I don't recall Plutus ever being in the Persephone myth.
Xenia had a sequence in mind where Demeter petitions all the gods. But it was too boring, too expensive, and did I mention too boring?
I can't find any records of your previous performances.
People don't really consider what we do to have much artistic merit. It's more like historical reenactments. No one reviews those.
Oh shit, hold on. Oh god, okay, hold on a sec. Having trouble here. There you go. There you go. I have to do my own...
About that Plutus casting
my
sheet
own
I
money.
found in your bag.
Which, let's remember, isn't part of the museum.
Something about it seems odd. Why would you be casting this late in the game?
I like working with undiscovered talent.
Wouldn't Xenia be casting? Wouldn't there be some reference to Plutus in the script somewhere?
You're unbelievable.
It's a trait you and I share, apparently.
I didn't lie. And don't you dare call anyone on that list.
My contacts are already on it.
Nancy, you have no idea what you just did.
Explain it to me.
With pleasure. For the last 5 years, I've been researching angel investors. You know what those are?
Yeah, they invest in new businesses when no one else will.
Those are my angel investors. Or were. For my theater. For Gregor's theater. It took years to get those names. They were coming to opening night, Nancy. And now... they're gone. I promise it. Your contacts asking about me like I'm a crook?
If you have nothing to hide, then you have
Nancy,
nothing to
that's
worry
not
about.
how it works.
Leave me alone. Now! Go and don't come back!
Damn. To be honest, I would be angry too. Oh my gosh. Melania was supposed to take care of this, but my fault. Now that she's gone, we need to make sure we have proper crowd flow. We want the audience flowing into the museum, not into the parking lot after the show. Doubled my lines, I cut Thanos' lines again. Why does she always want me to on stage and never him? What is going on? I'm beginning to doubt my role here.
This must be some sort of code.
Oh, yeah, it's the whole like the wedge at the bottom. Put some calls in on Thanos about Thanos' background. The good news is he's probably murdered. The bad news is he's connected to Kronos. Maybe it's not the same Kronos. Is there really a friendly, non-terrifying organization called Kronos that isn't connected to the Greek mafia? No? Okay, fine.
Locked away his access? What is Gregor hiding?
Let's see what you have. Do you have to talk so loudly? Oh my gosh. Okay, so 7 gemstones in each square along the outside. Okay. It must be very important. What she lock in that box? Oh my god. There's a lot of stuff to do. So all the... Okay. Struggling with a role possibly fixed may include dropping her behind a screen as often as possible. Maybe less we see, the better off she is. Nancy girl seems to know what she's doing. I might make use of that if things get too overwhelming. Well, we do have a lot of stuff to...
Can't check that. Still haven't done that.
Oh.
The notes on Gregor's tablet should help here.
I'm going to solve this puzzle and then I'm gonna call it a night. Honestly, I don't know if I will be able to finish this game for Monday. I might have to push it back to... I might have to push it back. I don't know. I'll try and see if I can finish it tomorrow. I might like start, instead of starting at 7, I might start at 4 and just go through this the whole evening. Maybe that's what I'll do. D? Is there a D somewhere over here? This one is a doozy. Honestly, it is, but I enjoy it. Like, I love this game. E, F. J. H. D. E. It can go E anyway over here. J. H. I. A J. J. K. J. K. L. Oh. Wait. K. L. J. Oh yeah, honestly, I will say, the two games I feel like, okay, so, one of Labyrinth of Lies is one of the two games where I feel like I don't mind any of the puzzles, I enjoy it. The other game would be Deadly Device. All the rest of the Nancy Drew games, there's at least one puzzle I'm like, oh, I don't want to do it. But this game, I feel like most, if not all of the puzzles I enjoy. It's just that it's very long. Wait, hold on! No, I was like, there is one puzzle that I hate in this game, and I need to cheat because I could never figure it out. It's the one where you have like 5, you can like flip five this thing. It's like the radio, and it's like it does a it goes all over the board. He has to light up all the way, recharge. This one could never figure it out. It has no logic. It's just, you just have to hope that you figure out like approximately where it is. Like it's feels very so like non-logical. There's no logic. C, D, E. Let's do E. F. I'll do F here. F. And J. J. H. H. I. J. K. L. Is there any... Oh, L has to go. L, F, J, okay, so F could go here. J, K, J, H, I, J, K, L, M, M, N is N, O, O, P, Q, R, R is there's no R here. R, S, Q, R, S, so T, U, V, W, X. Oh, there you go. Your KFC arrived? Awesome. I never had KFC, US KFC, the US version. I've only had KFC in Canada, and honestly I don't think it's the same. I want to try KFC in the US and see how it compares. I'm surprised that you went for KFC unlike Cane's as usual. I still want to try Cane's. I know there is one. There was one in Boston, and I didn't realize. So didn't go to the case in Boston. I only found that after we left Boston. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I'm honestly, I surprise myself. I surprise myself sometimes. Shit,
Check. Still have to do. Haven't. Still have. Can't check that.
Just
Can't check
checking
that.
out.
Still have. Haven't. Can't check that off. Haven't. Still have to do that. Haven't done that. Can't check that off. Still have to do that.
Ooh, okay. Oh, I wanna do the gemstones. I'm on a roll though. I am on a roll. Oh my gosh. What? What? You are like all the way like on the other side of the United States. What the fuck do you mean,
Is that
bitch?
a hidden passage? What's Niobe up to?
Boston. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. We have this like joke between me and Fisher. We have this joke because we have here. I don't know if it's if how widespread it is, but we have a chain called Boston Pizza, and it's like close to my house. So when Fisher would come to visit me, he would pass by Boston Pizza and like the restaurant Boston Pizza, and he was like, and each time like, wait, but like, what the fuck is a Boston Pizza? Why Boston Pizza? Like Boston doesn't make good pizza. It makes like mediocre pizza. What the fuck is that? Like you would understand if it was a Chicago pizza, New York pizza, something like that, but Boston pizza? I had no idea what that was. And I was like, honestly, the pizza there is mediocre. But and so whenever we mention Boston, we talk about Boston, we always like
I need to get
always-
7
always-
gems visible on
always,
all
like,
outside
mention
tiles when the
Boston
box is
pizza.
closed.
But yeah, wait, so oh my gosh. So yeah, why did I talk about this? But yeah, we went to Boston. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, wait, so this one should have... Honestly, these two are in the right position. In these two. If I go... Oh. Mm-hmm. Ah. Okay, like that. So the first row is done over here. Oh! Wait. Did I fucking get it right? Wait! It didn't even take me 5 seconds! What is going on? Am I on a roll or what? I did it in 5 seconds! I didn't even oh my gosh. Okay, wow. I guess...
The hidden door must be here. I need to make sure only the lightning bolts are showing.
I'm not even trying. This is way too good. I know, right? I kind of don't want to go sleep because I'm too much on a good roll here. Look, what? Oh my gosh! Ah! Okay, I might as well finish this game tonight. Cause goddamn. Ah!
Did anyone ever
Oh my
tell
gosh.
you look just like Alexandra?
Not surprisingly, no.
She will change her
She
clothes.
was one of the best painters of ancient Greece. How good is she, you ask?
I'll take your word.
She had a crater named after her.
Oh, wow, that's just great.
On Venus!
Okay, that's pretty solid.
Follow in her footsteps.
My will to
What's
finish
this?
this game is
You're
like so
painting
great.
that on a vase.
I'll do my best, but it might not look exactly like the reference.
Make your
I
mark
should
on
have
the
gone
world.
senior detective.
And be a friend to a stranger.
No problemo.
Thank you. I'm so behind you have no clue.
Geometric face. Okay, she gave me this, but like... I don't wanna...
One vase for Niobe coming right up.
So... I wanna do something pretty obscene. So this is the wedding between this griffin and this horse, but like they are like kissing each other, and here you go. They are in this cute world with clouds and everything. And over here we have this person over here just witnessing the love between these two.
Not bad. Maybe Niobe was right. I am a true artist.
Okay, okay, there's this like piece of pottery here. It's kind of bothering me. I want to pick it up.
Looks like it needs more time.
What now?
Shit,
Is this
okay.
workshop yours?
We need to use props for the show. We're pretending they're actual statues and artifacts, because we can't use the real things.
So you make fakes?
No! No. Not fakes. There's a process in place. The last thing the museum wants is confusion about what's real and what isn't.
Later.
Until later.
Hey, I haven't like checked out the diary in a long time. Is there anything worthwhile over here? I want to hear Nessie's thoughts. Oh my gosh, yes, I did I did miss a lot of stuff. Taking the Greek sites from the country to the bustling agora, I've seen the columns aplenty Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, but I still have not seen Melina. What gives? Nabi broke the glass of a display case. Apparently she's working on creating props for the show. It seems like it's an accident, but I should keep an eye on her. I met Niobe, an actress and artist here for the production. She's playing the role of Demeter. I get the feeling that Niobe really doesn't want to be here. Maybe it's just opening night nurse, but I don't think that's it. She seems almost afraid of this production. Is it my imagination, or was Niobe giving me some sort of warning when she said you should go? I have a hunch there was more she wanted to tell me. Melina left me a list of tasks, and more interestingly, she left a somewhat worrying note about a sudden change in plans. She is concerned that some of the artwork has been stolen. I can't say from direct experience, but the invoice might look like it's been tampered with. I wonder if Melina isn't telling me the full story. Melina had to go track down some missing art, which may have been stolen. She's asked me to be her eyes and ears at the museum while she's gone. It looks like I don't have access to all of Melina's files yet. Tim tilts monitor upright. Becomes hacker. If only it were that simple. She did have to leave in a hurry, but still. You'd think she would remember to give me the computer's password. Frank and Joe will be looking into the cast. I should check with them to see what they discover. Niobe wants a closer look at some of the art in the museum. I should check in with Melina to see if that's okay. Niobe claimed that there was only one show, but according to Xenia, the production will run for a full week. Gregor had better be a good conversationalist if I have to do odd jobs in order to be graced with a conversation. Damn! Gregor's tablet sure holds a lot of interesting commentary. I'll need to keep a close eye on it. Gregor has a casting notice for Plutus, a character who is in the play. I might want to run this past Frank and Joe. Niobe has a damaged reputation in the art world, but is she a criminal? She doesn't seem like the type, but who knows how the real Niobe I'm seeing. How much of the real Niobe I'm seeing. If Melina is coming to me for Providence help, that might be a bad sign. I need to continue to keep a low profile and see if Melina's fears are correct. I found Melina's computer password. Would it have been so hard to tell me tell me it was in the filing cabinet? Oh my gosh, even Nancy is like, I'm so done with these people. Looking at the time cards, a lot of employees have suddenly left, taking personal time or have been fired. Taros seems nice. No to law enforcement. If I turn up dead, this is a sarcastic comment. I guess I need a coin to cross the river. I wonder what happens if you die without spare change. There must be something I could use to pay the boatman. Found a coin and I'm off to buy a trip to the land of the dead from a skeleton, just like my guidance counselor predicted. Oh. What? Just like my guidance counselor predicted. Buy a trip to the land of the dead from a skeleton. Oh my gosh. Is there a joke here that I'm missing? I've never seen such an elaborate stage. It's really hard to believe only 4 people are operating the sets and acting at the same time. The sets are clearly built with the classic Greek myths in mind. The more I know about the myths of the underworld, the easier I'll be able to get around. I found some charcoal and I just took it. It's mine now. It's mine! My precious! Mine. Melina sure has some stringent rules about what art can and cannot be reproduced as props for the show. Thanos took the remote to the lift. I guess I'll have to find another way down into the land of the dead. Now, Niobe is using a secret passage to get around the museum. As someone who has used a lot of secret passages, I can't be too judgmental. As an amateur detective, I can't just let that slide. Hashtag Nancy problems. Wait.
Can't check that. That's done. That's done. Can't check that off yet. Can't check that off yet.
Alright. Let's save this. And I will call it a night for tonight. Hashtag Nancy problems. Hashtag Nancy problems. Hashtag Dad is neglected. Oh, thank you so much, Guava, for hanging out with me. I'm streaming later than usual, so it gets lonely here. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will try to finish this game tomorrow, but to be honest, it shouldn't take too long, seeing as I was acing those last puzzles. Hold on, let me see if there's anybody I can raid.
PokerStars.net presents spinning.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. Okay, oh, Twisted Tea is playing right now Shadow at the Water's Edge. So I'm going to raid Twisted Tea. Yeah, tomorrow is Father's Day. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go to this Korean barbecue place with my dad, his boyfriend, and my sister. So it should be fun. It should be fun. Anyway, here you go. So yeah, we're gonna raid the Twisted Tea. If honestly today is Father's Day. Oh yeah, it is 1 a.m. Well, it is 1 a.m. I said tomorrow because in my head we're still during the night, okay? It's not morning yet. Anyway, Somber, are you gonna do anything for Father's Day? Oh shit. I already started the raid. Anyway, hold on. Do I have the raid? I have the raid. Oh shit. Oh shit, hold on. No, okay, well, whatever. Whatever. Not sure yet. Yeah, we're gonna go to eat something in the barbecue place. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow to like probably in the the late afternoon or something like that. Anyway, take care, y'all. Bye.
Payez votre loyer à temps, tout le temps, avec Départ Intelli CIBC.